morning we are fortunate in again having Father Edward Balser, administrator of St. Peter's Co-Cathedral Parish here in Jackson, Mississippi, to render the invocation on the second day of our convention. Will the delegates please rise? Brother Balser.
Directly beseech thee, O Lord, our actions with thy holy inspiration, and carry them on with thy gracious assistance, that all our prayers and works may begin from thee, and by thee be happily ended through Christ our Lord. Amen.
A Holy Bible that has been provided by the people outside with the best wishes of the State Labor Council. It's a union-made product. I think that you can get a lot of good out of it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this. Take home and read it. Thanks a lot.
We would like to extend to you an invitation to spend the rest of the day with us. A distinguished member of the Mississippi Legislature who is a very close personal friend of mine. I've known him for a number of years, and you might think we're trying to stack this thing with people from Jackson County. We had one here yesterday, but it just so happens that the young man we will present to you in a few minutes from that county is one of the most outstanding members of the legislature. Even though he might be despised by the enemies of the labor movement, he certainly receives the respect of that group. And any time Carl Riesenberg takes the floor, they know that they should be listening. Representative Riesenberg is serving his second term in the House of Representatives here in Jackson. He's done a magnificent job considering the makeup of the House, with the other few friends we have, and protecting the few remaining rights of the working people of Mississippi. We sincerely hope that in another few years that it'll be possible for us to have additional members of the Mississippi Legislature that will aid and assist people like Representative Riesenberg in trying to accomplish the job that has to be done in Mississippi. To speak to you at length this morning about this gentleman. He has a real busy schedule ahead of him. This legislature's in session, as you know. They'll have a session this afternoon. So without any further ado, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Representative Carl Riesenberg of Jackson County, Mississippi.
Thank you, Claude. It's by some coincidence that 4 years ago I stood at this podium and addressed this convention during my first term as a member of the Mississippi Legislature. I was then what they call a freshman. I guess I'm now a sophomore. 4 years have seen quite a few changes take place in Mississippi. First of all, in your own labor movement, it has become very apparent that the labor movement in Mississippi is moving forward. You're getting a very high degree of leadership. Men like my friend Claude Ramsey get the respect of every member of the legislature with whom they meet. This business of dealing with your legislators is a little different from the idea that the average citizen has. The average legislator is an average man. He is not endowed with any particular extraordinary degree of mental ability. Your legislators are farmers, insurance men, lawyers, just occasionally a doctor, dentist, all types of occupations and professions. And none of them are really experts upon the legislative field. Even after a man has served 4 years in the legislature, if he has any sense, he becomes a specialist in a very narrow type of legislation, because in this field as in all others, no one man can become an expert on all things. In talking to your legislator about legislation, don't assume that he has even the vaguest idea of what particular bill that you may be interested in. The probabilities are that he doesn't know its number, that he's never read it. The probabilities are, and this may sound strange, that he will never read it, but will hear it discussed by someone on the floor who may or may not have read it. The problem that you face is communicating to someone who looks at you as if you are somewhat a little of an oddity. You're a member of this new labor movement, which in Mississippi is still a very new thing. For example, in the Mississippi House of Representatives, I doubt very seriously that if you could find 7 out of the 140 representatives in the Mississippi House of Representatives who would get on the floor and speak in favor of organized labor. Now, this may sound strange, because in an election I know that every representative running in your county is a friend of organized labor and a friend of the working man. But when he gets up to Jackson, he forgets the working man, he forgets organized labor, he gets into this pressure operation that we have up here, and he starts voting like Walter Sillars wants him to vote, like Ross Barnett wants him to vote, like everyone else wants him to vote, except the good people of his own county. Then when he goes back to his county and runs for re-election, is it a wonder that 2/3 of our legislators never return to Jackson? Because the people down at the local level recognize the man for what he has not done. There has been, however, and this is the bright side of it, along with the improvement in your own leadership, and I would be amiss if I did not say that I think that Claude Ramsey, that Claude Bruton, and the other representatives you have in organized labor have now attained the highest degree of respect by all that it is possible for men in the labor movement to have in Jackson. Claude himself, and I speak of Claude with a great deal of affection, is probably the man that has worked harder for the rights of the worker as a member of the Workmen's Compensation Commission than any man in the history of our state. And I think it's a tragedy and a crime that this administration has dealt the last insult, the final insult to the workmen of this state by refusing to reappoint Claude Bruton on the Workmen's Compensation Commission. However, this is typical of the attitude of this administration from the very inception. This is not a business administration. This is not an anti-labor administration. This administration is the most corrupt, is the most, in my opinion, the most obnoxious and objectionable that has served in Mississippi since the days of the Reconstruction. I want to tell you this. I knew our great governor before he became elected to office as a lawyer, and I had high regard and high respect for him as a lawyer. I think as a man that the man is honest and sincere, but he has surrounded himself by a group of incompetent jackals and wolves, and between themselves they are tearing apart Mississippi from one end to the other. Corruption is rampant from one end of this state to the other. On the legislative level, what have we seen the policies of this administration? To start with, at the honeymoon session, as they call it, at the first session of the legislature, by a series of 9 facetious bills, they proceeded to tear down and destroy the whole fabric of the Workmen's Compensation Law. And let it be said to my credit that I had the enviable record of having voted against every one of those 9 bills. then they embarked upon a program that they called the Bold Program to industrialize our state. They enacted some 32 bills, the purpose of which was to bring industry into Mississippi. That is the professed purpose. Among the measures that were enacted, and be it said to my shame, I voted for that measure, was a measure to repeal the state income tax. Now, when you analyze and look at the figures, you'll find this. The only people that benefited from the repeal of the state income tax were the high-priced executives in Mississippi, the MMA, the MEC, and people of that time. And what did it do to industry? After 2 years of this bold program, Mississippi, despite the fact that Standard Oil has come to my native county of Jackson, stands at the bottom of the ladder among the southeastern states in the industries it has attracted to Mississippi. This was not a program to industrialize Mississippi. This was a program to take away from the people of the state of Mississippi the few rights that they have been accorded by law. And if you don't believe this to be true, look at the record this session. To start with, there's been no attempt, even though the majority of the legislature, I feel, would now strike down these changes made to the workmen's compensation law. There's been no attempt to repeal these vicious and obnoxious parcels of law which were supposed to reduce insurance rates. Of course, it hasn't reduced insurance rates. Insurance rates have actually increased since the passage of the bill. But at this session of the legislature, they came up with a tax program. And this tax program, this package program, was designed to tax all segments of our society, so they said. But the only parts and parcel of this program that have been adopted or will be adopted will be those parts of the program that will tax the common people of this state. Of all of the vicious, of all of the unfair taxes presented before this legislature, this sales tax, in the package that it is presented, is unquestionably the worst form of taxation that could be dreamed up by anyone. They talk about raising money by taxation. Mississippi could balance its budget without the slightest difficulty. Here's a program, and this has been suggested to the legislature, a 1 cent increase in the severance tax on oil, which has not been increased since the 40s. This won't be done because the oil industry is one of the sacred cows of this administration that is protected, guarded, and safeguarded by the powers that be in our administration and in the legislature. Another source of income, and this is a good one. Back in 1956, the Mississippi legislature enacted a law giving letters of marque and reprisal to these loan shark companies. And you'll find a loan shark office on every corner of every major city in Mississippi. These people are not only protected by law to exploit legal larceny upon the people of our state, but in addition to this, and this is not generally known, they are practically exempt from taxation from their ill-gotten profits. A tax on these loan sharks would have the very beneficial effect of putting taxes into our treasury and at the same time regulating what I think is one of the most pernicious abuses of our people in our state. Will this be enacted? No. And why? Because one of the men who is very close to our governor happens to be the paid lobbyist for these loan shark operators. And it's a question simply, and let me put it bluntly, of how much you are willing to pay for protection in Mississippi for what protection you will get. That is what is happening here in our state capital. There are several other sources of income that are available to our legislature, and let it be said to the credit of this legislature, which is much improved from the last, that these suggestions have been made, that bills have been introduced, that an effort has been made to get these bills on the floor, But these people who control our legislature have seen to it that these bills are pigeonholed, shunted aside, and instead have brought out a package designed to balance our budget out of the pockets of the average citizen of this state. Now, this is a sorry state of affairs. The report on the penitentiary committee describing the mess in the penitentiary and laying it right at the home door of the governor is only typical of a report that could be rendered on any agency of the state government. And you don't have to go very far. Game and fish, it's there. Name it. And the same situation exists. Jobs have been bought and sold. People have been... the governor has promised so many people who did the same job that he will be frank to tell you if you talk to him, well, I've made so many promises that I really don't remember what my last promise was. Is this how you operate a state government? Is this how your people get trust and confidence in the operation of your government? Now, in this oasis, in this mess, we have one oasis of hope. And that oasis of hope is the people of the state of Mississippi. Lincoln indeed said you can fool some of the people all of the time, but you can't fool all of the people all of the time. And I believe the people of Mississippi, by and large, have woken up to the fact that they must take indeed drastic action if our government is to get back on a safe keel. And in your hands, my friends, lies the key that will open the door. And it will not be done here in Jackson. It will be done at the local level. Now, to start with, one of the worst mistakes that the average man makes, and that organized labor makes, is in waiting for people to qualify for candidates for public office and then selecting one who is the least obnoxious of the lot that have qualified. What organized labor ought to do is encourage its own members to run in every one of the 82 counties of the state of Mississippi for the Mississippi legislature. And I'll tell you this, 90% of our present legislature, improved as it is from last time, could be further improved if they were eliminated from the present legislature. The law of probability is with the people, because if enough people run for enough of your people, and I say those who will stand up for the people of this state, run for office, a majority of them, by the law of averages, will be elected. But there are certain qualifications that you're going to have to get. And it's not going to be education. It's not going to be a college education. And it's not going to be ability in statesmanship or a knowledge of politics. This may be a handicap. And it's not experience, because the experienced legislators up here are those that they carry around in their pocket for the very simple reason that he figures that the best way his bread is buttered is to go along with the fellow who's got the majority of votes. These are not the men that you want. The man you want is a man whose honesty is unquestioned, whose integrity is also unquestioned, but most of all, who has courage. When the Right to Work bill, the amendment to the Constitution on the Right bill, was before the Mississippi legislature, this may surprise you. In both houses of the legislature, there was only one voice that took the floor to oppose that bill, and that was my own. And when I did it, to my amazement, I found myself by myself pointing out to 140 supposedly intelligent men that the enactment of this law would not industrialize Mississippi, that you could not have industry without having good, sound labor unions, that the industrialization of our state and the unionization of our state go one in hand, one with the other, and that a so-called right-to-work law was stupid, futile, and vain, because the federal Congress, by an act of Congress, can and could and can nullify that provision of our Mississippi Constitution, do you think these words fell on anything other than deaf ears? As a matter of fact, many legislators came up to me and said, "Carl, I can't understand how you had nerve enough to get up there and say that. We need more men who will not only sympathize with the working men, with the people of this state, with the cause of organized labor, but will get on their feet and say so." After all, what have they to be ashamed about? Take the history of the United States. Take the record from the days of the Yellow Dog contract to the present day. And what has happened to the working man in Mississippi? His stature has increased to the extent that organized labor and the leaders of organized labor are recognized among the leaders of our government. I think the action of the United States Steel a few weeks ago emphasized the position of organized labor in the United States, because instead of them pointing the finger of scorn at organized labor, who was the finger pointed at? Big business, whose greed, whose desire for profit got the better of their common sense. And who held the line? Who held the price wage? Organized labor. These very same leaders of organized labor that it is custom in Mississippi to point out with scorn. And let me tell you something else. And I say this in Jackson, Mississippi, before you all. One of the worst things that we've got to contend with in our state and in this legislature is the fact that we have some people that are so blind, so bigoted, so biased on the question of segregation that they can't recognize common sense. They are willing to punish all of the white people of Mississippi in order to make examples of a few blacks. Now, we have our own method of life here. We have our own, and I adhere to that method as much as any of you all. But these people in the Mississippi legislature who grind out laws designed to preserve what they call their way of life are doing more to destroy our way of life than any possible thing they could do it. The right thing for them to do in this legislature is to enact no laws. You are not. You cannot control human conduct by legislation. You can't tell me that I've got to associate with someone or not associate with someone by passing a law. These cheap politicians think that all they have to do is get on the floor of the legislature, beat their chest, and yell nigger, and boy, they have really done a job. They have. They've made Mississippi look like the laughing stock of the nation. And I couldn't name them, and starting out with a roll call of every one of them that are closest. We ought to realize the fact that in our colored citizens, we have a valuable labor pool in Mississippi. They have been economically mistreated, and they are entitled to decent treatment. We ought to recognize this by quitting all of this stupid legislation that we're passing on that subject, enacting no legislation at all, and seeking to improve the relations between the races rather than destroying them. Now, I'll say this, and I'll give you one illustration of exactly what I mean, how dangerous this system can be. It just so happens that, accidentally, I don't know why he did it, our great speaker appointed me as vice chairman of the Committee on Municipalities. To the Committee on Municipalities came one of these stupid little bills of which we have by the hundreds. This was a bill which provided that a newspaper could be published, a newspaper, every city in Mississippi practically has a local newspaper. This provided that the proceedings of the local city board could be printed in the newspaper outside of the city in which the city council met. In other words, for example, if you're from Brookhaven, this meant that your Brookhaven proceedings could be printed in Hazelhurst. If you're in Hazelhurst, your city proceedings could be printed in Brookhaven. If you're in Jackson, it could be printed in, what is it? One of these little towns down the road. Now, when we got into this bill, it turned out that there's a lady down in Lexington by the name of Hazel Smith who said some things that a lot of the people in this state don't like. And maybe I don't like it. But she happens to be an editor. She's got a paper, and freedom of press is as much recognized in the United States as freedom of religion and freedom of speech. So someone conceived the idea to start a competing newspaper in her county outside of Lexington. This they had a perfect right to do. Under our economic system, you've got a right to go into business anytime you want. But it so happened that one of the founders of this paper was a member of the legislature. So what did he do? He introduced a bill in the legislature. The express purpose of it was to make it possible for the city of Lexington to give his newspaper, which was located outside the city of newspaper, all the legal city advertising from the city of Lexington. In other words, using the legislature for economic reprisal against a rival. Of course, you'd say, why, this is stupid. This bill wouldn't be enacted. As a matter of fact, this bill had already passed the Senate unanimously, without a dissenting vote. And it came to the Committee on Municipalities, and by some chance I was assigned as chairman of what they call a subcommittee to study this bill. So I did an unusual thing for a chairman of a subcommittee. I wrote a letter to every editor of every newspaper in Mississippi. And I asked them some questions. One of the questions were, are you in favor of the proceedings of a municipality being published outside of that city? 2, do you think this bill is going to save any city any money? 3, are you in favor of the adoption of this bill? I wish I could show you the scores of replies I got. Every editor in Mississippi, and incidentally that includes the largest paper in this state down to the smallest, with one exception, and I can let you guess what the one exception was, unanimously asked that that bill be killed. Now that should be the end of the story. When all of the newspapers in Mississippi are opposed to a bill designed to punish one poor woman for saying what she thought was right, that should be the end of the story. But it's not. That bill's going to be adopted. That bill's going to be adopted because it is more important for these ultra-conservatives, these reactionaries in the legislature, to punish every newspaper in Mississippi just to get at one. Does that make sense? Of course it doesn't. But that's what we're confronting right here in Mississippi today. They would burn down the Capitol if the occasion arose. They would destroy our public school system. And they do it without hesitation. They have the laws on the statute books to do it. They would destroy everything. They would destroy the state if they could rise above its ashes and said, see, we did it. This is what you face in Mississippi. And you yourselves and the people of Mississippi are the only ones who can cure it. And to cure it, you're going to have to go down to the grassroots level. You're going to have to send up men to the legislature of common sense, men of integrity, men of honesty, but of all things, men with courage. Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Such a job well done. I'd like to extend to you an invitation to spend the rest of the day with us if you can. If not, as much time as you can. Come back and visit with us again tonight, tomorrow. If you like to dance, I understand some of the girls will have a dance tonight if they get over the one last night, huh? It is a real pleasure, Carl, to have you with us. And I'm convinced in my own mind that you can expect some help from this organization to rectify some of the evils just named by yourself. I was asked to announce a meeting. You still want it done? Don Woodall would like to call a quick meeting of his committee. I think he's going to have to push off of something pretty quick. He'd like to get a meeting of the organizing committee. I'll call them off just real quick for you. Bet you might have forgotten what committee is on. That's Bill Welburn, Hubert Mills, Andrew Brown, B.R. Upton, W.L. Hines, John Erickson, H.R. Davidson, Robert E. Thompson, and Robert Touchstone. Paula Ray. We have with us this morning an old friend of long standing who has been with us on numerous occasions, who has rendered a very effective service to the labor movement of Mississippi in the form of convincing our lady folk that they are the key to success in Mississippi. In spite of the fact that quite a few of them danced rather late last night, my understanding that there was about 50 showed up for the breakfast meeting this morning, which signifies to me that there is some interest in this department. And I think that Mrs. Murray, Mrs. Murray can be given a large degree of credit for generating this necessary interest. It's a real pleasure to have Ms. Murray with us again this morning, and at this time it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Ms. Esther Murray, Director of Women's Activities Department, Eastern Region. Ms. Murray.
President Ramsey, my colleague, Mr. Powell, and delegates to the convention. After that remarkable and militant speech which we just heard from Representative Riesenberg, my own speech turns all around, because I don't think it's necessary for me now to say anything to anyone here about why the union movement has to be in politics. That job was done very effectively a few minutes ago. I do, though, want to pay a moment's tribute to your officers, to President Ramsey, and to Tom Knight. Particularly Tom Knight, because he is your co-director. After all, I come from the Committee on Political Education, and I am therefore sharply aware of the work that's done by a state co-director. Not too long ago, in fact in January of this year, in Chicago, the president of the AFL-CIO, Mr. George Meany, made a very important speech. It was made on the occasion of the merger of the AFL and the CIO, the last great city unmerged, finally completed its merger in this January of this year. And speaking to that group, President Meany said, the most important place for labor's political education and action is at the city or county council level. Not the local union, mind you. At the city or county council level. Then he went on to point out that labor's political action is one of its most important assignments in this year of 1962. As I speak to you, I am very conscious of the women who are here and the work that they have been doing in the various councils. And I hope that there is no president of a council, no officers of a council present here who have been remiss and failed to establish their Women's Activities Department at the council level. And if there are any unions here not affiliated with their local councils, let me add my word to what will be said to you later by the director of the state and county councils, Stanton Smith, when he addresses you. If the most important place for labor's political action is at the city and county council level, then all local unions within those provinces should be identified with those local councils, affiliated with them. Otherwise, the union not affiliated with the council stands outside the major drive of labor's political education and political action. Not too long ago, I had occasion to be in Florida. And while I was there, Friendship 7 was launched. And like everyone else, I stayed glued the whole day to the television set. That night, I was present at a meeting in which a candidate was being screened for the labor movement. And he opened his remarks with this statement: I want you who belong to labor to know that I know that Friendship 7 was union made and union launched. Oh, I had a great moment of pride. I think all of you have a great moment of pride. But that's not all that's been union made and union launched within the very recent days. We've all been very much impressed with the President, I'm sure, in the stand, the very firm and remarkably militant stand that he took against the steel industry. But the President could not have taken that stand if the union movement hadn't put behind him the moral force necessary. Because unless the union movement had stood firm and had made its demands modest in terms of the President's interpretation of our economic situation, if the union movement hadn't set the example for the whole country to see, it would have been useless to have attacked industry. And every member of the trade union movement today, I think, can feel pride in the fact that this enormous change in the whole economic life of America that was represented in that week was also union made and union launched. But I'm wondering if we are going to do totally the job we must do here in America as a union movement, if we are going to launch the whole 60s, this decade of the 60s, on the enormous record of promise and hope that it holds for us. Lou Harris, who is the man who does the polling for many of the liberal organizations in the United States and who was responsible very largely for the polling for President Kennedy during the campaign, recently made the statement that the greatness of the 60s lies ahead. This decade is going to see such dramatic changes in America, all moving toward a more liberal, a more enlightened, a happier, and a better life for America. And if this is true, and I think it is, we in the labor movement have to be ready to play our share, play our role in that movement. Among the changes that all of us hope to see within these 60s, this decade of the 60s, is an end to the fear of unemployment, an end to the threat of automation. When I spoke with the girls at breakfast this morning, I pointed out to them that we've had a rather dramatic example in the last few days of the effect of automation, even among our own. One of our women's activities directors A girl in Macomb, communication worker, suddenly found her job abolished because of an automated process. She had to leave Macomb, looking for work elsewhere. So we must look for another women's activities director. This constant shifting of our population because of changes in job situations is one of the things we don't want to have happen. And nothing can prevent that shifting of population, that job seeking in other areas, except planning on the federal level. And this kind of planning must come only when the union movement is strong enough to make its voice felt, and its need felt, and its problem close before the legislators in Washington. You know, sometimes we in the labor movement neglect really to read our papers as carefully as we might. I myself am guilty. If we watch our press, the examples of what needs change in America will be before us constantly and every day. I just came from Mobile. And while I was there, I cut from the papers a story, which was, I thought, a shocking story. And yet I'm sure, I know from what we've read, a story that is repeated constantly throughout the country. It has to do with a contract. We'll wait till this caucus is clear before we try to speak against it. I'm sorry to see so many of our girls leaving because I wanted them to stand so you'd get a good look at the political strength that you now have and that you have a promise to have in the future with the larger participation of the women in their political life. At any rate, in North Carolina, the federal government, your government and my government, out of our tax money, had purchased 2 great plants. In due course of time, the federal government granted to Western Electric a contract to make parts for the Nikki installation. And in order to find places big enough to do the job, the Western Electric rented from the federal government these 2 great installations in North Carolina. And over a period of 10 years, the federal government received from Western Electric $3 million in rent. Well and good. When, however, the costs were presented to the Army, who granted the contract to Western Electric, the Army found itself charged with $3 million in rent. And in addition to that, $290,000, which was the profit on the rent, which Western Electric felt it was entitled to. Now, even McClellan of Arkansas was so shocked at this effort of a private company to make money from the federal government by not only having received its money for the rent, it then charged the Army for the rent and charged itself a profit on it. This kind of thing goes on to a degree that shocks any one of us who watches the papers carefully. This is the kind of thing that a good, strong labor movement in this country can call to the attention of the public and bring an end to. my particular concern is with the work which the women of the trade union movement and the wives of the trade union movement do. You know, here in the trade union movement, under the political program that you have adopted, there is a design by which in every council there will be set up a women's activities department. And the special responsibility of that women's activities department is registration of our membership. Because when our membership is fully qualified to vote, we will be a force to reckon with in the state. But the point I would like to make to you is that long before we will organize to the point where we have twice as many members as we now have, we can politically have twice as many members as we now have, and all we have to do is to reach the family members of our present organized units. I want to say that again, because here is the reason for the tremendous importance we attach to our women's activities program. The women's activities program has as its special responsibility the registration of every member of our trade union movement, the qualifying of every member of our trade union movement so that he becomes a first-class citizen and a voter. Now, in order to get the great strength that we want in this state, we constantly speak of the importance of organizing new units, organizing new plants, organizing new industries. And yet, politically, we can double our strength without organizing one more worker. If we just get the family members of those we already have, we can double our strength. And this is the special responsibility that's been given to the women. I want to say to you that I'm not here to urge the women to participate in this program. I don't worry about the women's being willing to participate in the program. I'm here to make an appeal to the men of the trade union movement, to the husbands of the trade union movement. No matter how many times you may speak your piece for a strong political education program in this state, until you're willing to let your wife, until you encourage your wife to spend 2 or 3 hours a week or every 2 weeks in the women's activities program, you haven't yet made the real commitment. Believe me, it is in the work that your wives do, your sisters, your mothers, your teenage daughters, to help those trade union women who are already carrying on the program. In every one of our women's activities rooms, we have trade union women. Trade union women from Amalgamated, from CWA, from ILG, from some of the electrical unions. They're working. But what we need are the wives working. And so our plea to you today is not to the women. I have no worry about the women. I'm sorry to see them leave to go into caucus, so many of them. But I know they're doing their work. It is to you who are the husbands, the fathers, the brothers, the sons, that I make an appeal. Your family members are desperately needed in the workrooms. And this is your final commitment, when you've really encouraged your wife to be there, when you have said to her, help us in the trade union movement. We need your help. I need your help. Go down there and spend a couple of hours. Then you will have made your final commitment to the trade union political activity. And until that time comes, there will be a real lack in the program. It had been my intention to ask the women to stand, because I was very much impressed with the number of women who were here as delegates to this convention and as guests to this convention. And already, although a great many of them have left because there were great many sitting over here, there's still quite a few left. And I wonder, girls, will you please pay us the compliment of standing so we can see how many of you are here, even though a great relative have gone. Will you stand? And remember, boys, these girls are doing their work. They're carrying the burden of this enormous amount of clerical work. And they all need help. And behind each one of the men sitting here, there is a wife, a mother, a sweetheart, a daughter, someone who could lend assistance to these girls. And that's my plea here today. Don't be a free rider on the work of these women. Contribute your family members, too. And even contribute, if you have the time, your own effort. The women's activities is not designed to be done, to be in office segregated and only women permitted. In our most successful offices, men and women, husbands and wives are working side by side. Mothers and sons are working side by side to develop the continuing strength of the trade union movement of Mississippi. I'm going to close with one comment. I came here 5 years ago and began a little effort here in Jackson to set up a women's activities program. The women worked well. The council did its best to help. But today, the satisfaction I have when I read the reports that come in from this state of a women's activities in almost every council, and of the design and program to get a women's activities in every council, and see and meet the women who are working within the women's activities and talk with them and realize how excellently they've done their job, then I know that if I never came back into the state, this state is on its way. Lend your wives to it, men. That's my last word to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Mary, for those most inspiring and timely remarks. Real pleasure to have you back with us. We look forward to having you spend the rest of the convention with us, and hope you can be back with us real soon. I want to make an inquiry at this time to find out if we have other groups that would like to caucus. If not, I believe it would be appropriate to change our present procedure, order of business, because we have some things that those delegates that are not in caucus should hear. Therefore, I deem it advisable to change the procedure slightly. This time, I'm going to ask the chairman of the Resolutions Committee if he's ready to report. Brother Gene Barnes, will you come forward, please? I didn't get to take us on the caucus. Do we have other caucuses in the making? If we do have, we might as well recess and get the caucuses out of the way and then take care of the business. No more caucuses in the making? Brother Barnes.
Mr. Chairman, delegates of the convention, your resolutions committee has 3 resolutions to present for your consideration. We begin with resolution number 6. You will find that in your kit. And by the way, has resolution number 13 been passed around, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I think I'll come.
Does everyone have a... And 8's in the kit. Now, I wonder if 13 has been passed around.
While you're checking your kit, see if you got 6, 8, and 13. You don't know when we get to 13, you'll hold your hand up, we'll get them out.
I believe most of you have found resolution number 6, submitted by the Executive Board. Whereas many of the problems besetting the labor movement in our state today can be traced to the enactment of restrictive legislation at both the national and state levels. Since 1947, the enemies of our movement have been more than successful in securing the passage of legislation designed to either cripple or destroy the process of collective bargaining. If this trend continues, it will soon be virtually impossible for our local or international unions to properly serve their membership. Experience has taught us the importance of uniting on the economic front. We must now apply the same philosophy on the political front, and whereas with over 50,000 members of organized labor residing in Mississippi, labor should be one of the dominant forces in the political life of the state instead of being dominated. Unfortunately, one of the reasons that our enemies have been more than successful at the state level stems from the fact that they have on many occasions been able to divide our forces and render us ineffective in political elections. The elections of the President Governor, who has consistently sponsored legislation detrimental to our cause, can largely be attributed to this fact. It is obvious that we must correct this situation or face almost certain destruction. And whereas these forces of division are again active in our state today, certain political figures and their associates are quietly moving around the state, attempting to secure commitments or endorsements from the leaders and members of our local unions. This is an obvious attempt to circumvent labor's effectiveness in the elections of 1963. If these forces are again successful, we may well expect another series of setbacks by way of legislative action in 1964. As responsible leaders of our movement, it is incumbent upon us to stop this move before it is too late. Therefore, be it resolved that the delegates in attendance at this convention unequivocally pledge that they will not make any commitments or endorsements of candidates for statewide political office until the Mississippi Labor Council's Committee on Political Education has had an opportunity to review the record and pledges of the candidates. These findings, along with recommendations, are to be reported at a special convention called for that purpose. And be it further resolved that the delegates in attendance at this convention sincerely call upon all leaders and members of the Mississippi labor movement to follow suit, whereby our forces will be firmly united in the next statewide election, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be mailed to each and every local union, Central Labor Union, and Building and Trades Council in Mississippi, and that they be requested to concur and assist in its implementation. Your committee moves that this resolution be adopted.
You've heard the committee's report. A motion that the resolution be adopted. We got a second. I believe I heard one somewhere. We have any discussion on the motion? We have any discussion on the motion? This is a very important resolution. I think it would be appropriate this time for the chairman of the committee himself to give you an explanation of the reasoning behind the executive board introducing this resolution at this convention. Brother Barnes, would you do that, please?
To begin with, Mr. Chairman, you have a committee that considered this resolution made up to a great extent of Central Labor Union presidents and active members. And I wish to pay tribute to that committee. They themselves are an evidence of the feeling that would make this stronger. That committee has been 100% in their attendance and in the diligence of their work. Those 10 people have not missed a bit of time, and they've gotten your job done for you, as you have asked them to do. And it is through our preliminary work that we can make effective the work of the State Labor Council and the State Organized Labor AFL-CIO effective in political action. On our last campaign, we had some of our larger more numerous the populated unions in the state committed before your state labor council ever considered a united action in the gubernatorial campaign. Unfortunately, we couldn't see our way clear to agree with that part of the labor movement that had already made up its mind. Consequently, when the campaign came on, we were divided. And sorry to say, we're still divided. Because the scars of that battle have not been cleared away. They don't go away in a hurry. It's the leadership of the local union that allows that union to go against the will or against the thinking of the larger group. Now, I want you to note that this resolution does not ask you to support the candidate. It doesn't ask you to vote for anybody, because this Labor Council recognizes that the individual citizen has a right to make up his mind and vote like he wants to. The only thing we ask for is for the opportunity to give you the facts in the case. That you consider the facts back of the campaign. That you think of what might be good for organized labor in Mississippi. But remember this, we don't seek to go with you into the ballot box. And we'll never ask you to carry with you into the ballot box the idea that you've got to vote for someone. We're asking you to consider the recommendation of the committee and to think of how much stronger our program would be if we can get together, and of how we are weakened if before the campaign begins, some unions endorse one candidate and other unions endorse other candidates. The candidates themselves know that somebody is shooting in the dark.
Thank you, Brother Barnes. Very well put. Do we have any discussion on the resolution? If not, all in favor of the motion to adopt, signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Be noted that the resolution was adopted by a unanimous vote. You have other? Brother Barnes will now take up resolution number 8.
If you will, we'll take all three up. Resolution number 8, submitted by Jackson Central Labor Union. Whereas veteran Southern Airways pilots who are members of the Airline Pilots Association, AFL-CIO, have been on legal strike since June 5th, 1960, and whereas the Airline Pilots Association International agreed to submit all contract issues to final and binding arbitration prior to the strike, whereupon the management of Southern Airways refused to submit these issues to arbitration, and whereas the management of Southern Airways refused to recognize the seniority right and grievance rights of the union pilots after all economic issues were resolved by a federal mediator on July 28, 1960, and whereas Southern Airways has received more than $5 million in federal subsidies since June 5th, 1960, a sum representing 45% of its operating capital. And whereas the Tennessee State AFL-CIO and the National AFL-CIO have been recorded as unqualifiedly opposed to the use of public tax monies for strike-breaking purposes. And whereas, in the words of George Meany, president of the AFL-CIO, the Southern Airways strike represents a particularly flagrant abuse of the privileges of operating a certified and subsidized public service without competition. And whereas the strike-breaking pilots now operating Southern Airways have demonstrated moral and professional qualities far below the minimum standards required of union airline pilots to a degree that these strike-breaking pilots are a menace to the safety of the communities in which they operate. Therefore, be it resolved that the Jackson Central Labor Union, AFL-CIO, endorses the strike effort of the Airline Pilots Association against Southern Airways Incorporated. And be it further resolved that this union registers this emphatic opposition to the use of public tax money for strike-breaking purposes. And be it further resolved that this union urges President John Fitzgerald Kennedy to inform the affected governmental bureaus that, in its judgment, the Southern Airways strike is a threat to the safety and well-being of those communities domiciling Southern strikebreakers, and urges that Southern's regular union airline pilots be returned promptly to their rightful positions on the company seniority list. And be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be submitted to the biennial convention of the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, in convention assembled in Jackson, Mississippi, April 23rd, 25th, 1962, for consideration and appropriate action. Mr. Chairman, we heard Captain Hill, pilot Hill, who's present. We had a witness on this resolution, one of the members of that group, that organization, and he was available to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Daniels, Brother Daniels, of the Jackson Central Labor Union. So you people feel free to make any request that you like. Now, your committee has considered this entire resolution, gone into it in each part, and after careful consideration, we would recommend heartily the endorsement, the acceptance of this resolution.
You've heard the motion to adopt the resolution. Before we put the question, I'd like to ask Captain Hill if he would like himself to review with you for a few minutes the situation that they now find themselves in, that the resolution is aimed at. Captain Hill, been a guest at the convention so far.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, a lot of pleasure presenting to you.
Mr. President, Brother Barnes, whom I had the pleasure of talking with earlier on this resolution, and delegates and the guests, it's a great pleasure for me to be here. I've attended several conventions recently and talked on this same subject. And it seems to me that your officers have done an excellent job in planning this convention in order to further the union efforts, which has been pointed out many times here, are necessary in order to preserve the integrity of the state of Mississippi. And it's up to you to carry this fight back to the field with you. Carry the enthusiasm that I've seen generated here today and yesterday, and I know I'll see tomorrow. Carry it back to the field. Now we'll get into the resolution. I'd like to more or less discuss the resolution as it's written, and that way I think we can cover it a little more briefly. We were forced on strike in June 1960, that's almost 2 years ago, due to the fact that the president of Southern Airways didn't want us to have a contract. He is anti-union from the very beginning. He's made every penny he's... Oh, I should do about like that. Frank Hulse, the president of Southern Airways, has made every penny that he's made off of government contracts since about 1942. He was released from the Air Force to run some contract schools on cost-plus basis. And then in 49, to continue these cost-plus operations, he applied for a certificate to operate an airline, which is on a cost-plus basis. Due to the fact that he didn't want to give us a contract, he refused arbitration. His reason for refusing arbitration was he didn't want college professors telling him how to run his airline. So we were forced on strike. And then the National Mediation Board, which has the jurisdiction in this case, but no power, they just had the jurisdiction, realized after he had hired about 35 pilots what he had planned on doing, and he knew it would be a long, drawn-out, hard fight, so they requested an emergency mediation session in Atlanta on July 27 and 28. Federal mediator Leverett Edwards, whom you might be familiar with, has mediated many aviation disputes, came down and attempted to reach an agreement between the pilots and the company. But he saw that he wasn't going to accomplish anything. So he made the recommendation to the two parties that he act as an arbitrator. Nothing to be binding, but just to let him act as an arbitrator and make suggestions on the issues which we differed on at the time. We agreed. The company reluctantly sat through this session. They said it was childish and schoolroom tactics, and they didn't go along with it. However, they were forced to, more or less, at the insistence of Leverett Edwards. At that time, as you notice in the resolution here, we say all the economic issues were settled. In effect, we had a contract. But the company left the mediation session and went back, and the company's attorney, who was also the company's negotiator, wrote the National Mediation Board a letter stating that we, in effect, agree with the National Mediation Board, or the federal mediator, on his recommendations. However, at this point, we would like to interject a seniority item. We've hired 35 pilots. We would like for the pilots that went on strike to come back to work under this tentative agreement, but they will return to the seniority list below the 35 pilots we've hired. I don't think I need to explain that too much. The man wanted me to return back as a new employee, give up my 10 years seniority, and start back in my first year's pay bracket, which I or any of the other 139 pilots couldn't buy. So that's what we mean when we bring in the seniority item. He also wanted to pick out the ones he wanted back. He wanted to be able to tell me that he didn't like my activities on the strike, and therefore he didn't feel like I'd make a good pilot for Southern Airways anymore, and therefore I would be out in the cold. He also interjected another item which we had won in arbitration 3 years before, which was a parking item, and the federal arbitrator at that time, the arbitration board, stated that this was work of another crafting class that he was trying to interject into the contract. The Federal Aviation Agency, I might use some terms here that you might not be familiar with, because we have a manner of speaking briefly in aviation, especially when you're pilots. You make your transmissions as brief as possible, and you use abbreviations when you can. Federal Aviation Agency, as you all know, writes the rules under which aviation is conducted. The Civil Aeronautics Board administers those rules, and the National Mediation Board administers the Railway Labor Act, which we operate under. We don't come under the jurisdiction of the National Labor Relations Board. The reason I'm going into this is there has been no precedence set on this case. There's been 2 cases like this before the CAB, for enforcement, but the parties agreed before the cases were ever heard, so the cases were dropped. Therefore, no precedent. Therefore, the reason we're still out here. And there will be a precedent set in this case. And only through the help of the central labor bodies in the various cities and the state bodies have we been able to generate enough pressure on the government to set up a fact-finding board to determine who's right and who's wrong. And Secretary of Labor Goldberg, at the direction of President Kennedy, appointed a fact-finding board some 90 days ago. And out of this fact-finding board, policy will be set for future cases of this sort. They will determine that in a case of this sort, should the government continue to pay subsidy to a struck operation. And this will also include other industries in the aviation industry, because the big thing that brought this to the attention of the government was the fact that It has been determined that in I believe it was in 1957, Pratt & Whitney, which had a government contract to build aircraft engines, had a strike situation similar to ours. They replaced all their employees, and a cost analysis of the operation showed that the government picked up a $7.5 million tab on the cost of that strike, an additional cost, recruiting new employees, training new employees, and rejected work that was not up to standard. On that one strike, the government picked up a tab of $7.5 million. We mentioned the $5 million figure in here. That figure is closer now to $10 million. And then because this figure was thrown up probably 6 months ago. George Meany has been working on this thing very furiously up there in Washington for us. We've had anywhere from 3 to 6 men in Washington for the past 8 months. And we've been patted on the back in a lot of places. We've been kicked out the door in a lot of places. We get into the standards. He immediately, when we went on strike, he lowered his standards as to hiring. Previous to the strike, his age limit was 30, a minimum flying hour time of perhaps 1,000 hours. And he lowered those standards in order to just be able to put somebody in the airplanes, get them back in the air, and make us come running back for our jobs. It didn't work that way. He's fired 60 pilots. He's trained 200 at an average cost of $2,000 a piece, which approximates $400,000. The government says they can't see where they're spending any money on strike breaking, but somebody had to pay to train those 200 pilots. Now that 200, he's fired 60 for various reasons, getting lost, damaging airplanes, and failing to show up for trips, that kind of stuff. I believe that pretty well. I would like to add that our part of the public hearings on this fact-finding commission were completed about 10 days ago. It was on a Friday of the week before last. And we were led to believe by Dr. Nathan Feinsinger, who headed up this commission, and he's dean of the law school, University of Wisconsin, and Wisconsin doesn't sound right. But anyway, he leads us to believe that he's going to put some information and recommendations out on this situation this week. And I was kind of hoping that maybe before I left the convention, I would get a telegram from my Memphis office up there telling me that he had recommended in our favor. That's about all I have. If I may take the privilege, I'll be happy to answer any questions that might arise, sir.
You can spend the rest of the convention. It's been a pleasure to have associated ourselves with you in the last few days. We've had quite a discussion ourselves with you on this matter. And I'll assure you that you have the full support of the Mississippi AFL-CIO towards accomplishment of your objective of settling this dispute. Thank you. Brother Barnes, do you have any further remarks on the resolution? The motion was to adopt. Do we have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Barnes will now take up resolution number 13.
Resolution number 13, submitted by the Executive Board. Whereas the all-out attack to which
Probably been more appropriate to have read the letter first. Wanted to get the wires out of the way. We had a wire here from the mayor of Pascagoula, Mayor Ben Briggs, addressed to myself as president of the council. Pascagoula very interested in the next convention being held here. Signed Mayor Ben Briggs of Pascagoula. I guess Gene Barnes and some of the boys must have been talking to the mayor in Pascagoula. That matter will be considered by the convention at a later date. We also made an effort to secure, was one of our speakers, the distinguished Senator Kefauver from the state of Tennessee, who is one of the real champions of the workman's cause before the United States Congress. He represents a southern state, and he has one of the most perfect voting records on labor legislation affecting the small people of the nation, as any senator in the United States. I'd like to read a letter from him that he could not attend. I've received your very nice letter February the 7th and your kind invitation to address the next convention of the Mississippi Labor Council to be held in Jackson, 23rd, 4th, and 5th. I regret exceedingly that I cannot accept your invitation. Unfortunately, the dates of your convention fall on the first 3 days of the week. The early part of the week is our busiest time. Yet because all of my committee meetings fall on those days. Committee business and duties in the Senate really make it impossible for me to get away except on weekends. I'm sure you will understand and will express my sincere appreciation to the Mississippi Labor Council. With kindest regards and best wishes, a very successful convention, signed Estes Kefauver. Maybe the distinguished gentleman we have on the program next can explain to us why he was not able to convince Estes Kefauver to address the convention, he being from Tennessee. I have a letter from, I'm going to have to watch myself here. I've got several letters here from, thought you'd be interested in some of the people that we attempted to get to address the convention who were not able to come. This letter is addressed to myself from President J. Burney of the Communication Workers of America. It gives me a great pleasure on behalf of myself, my fellow officers, members of the Communication Workers of America, to extend to you, your fellow officers and delegates to your convention, the heartiest of fraternal greetings. You must consider many grave problems affecting each and every American. Questions of war and peace, of employment and security. I know that you also will make your voice heard in urging the Congress to continue its progress towards the kind of legislation our nation needs at this time. My best wishes for a successful convention. Based on my personal knowledge of your past proceedings, I am confident that beneficial results will flow to all citizens from the decisions and recommendations you make. Signed, J. Burney, President of Communication Workers of America. He wrote me one explaining why he couldn't attend. This one was addressed on the business of the convention. Letter from C.J. Haggerty, President of the Building and Construction Department, AFL-CIO. Dear Brother Ramsey, thank you for your kind invitation of January the 19th to be one of our guest speakers, of your guest speakers at the Mississippi Labor Council Convention in Jackson. I wish it were possible for me to accept this invitation as I would like very much to be with your group on this occasion. But unfortunately, a previous commitment for those dates will prevent my doing so. Please express my best wishes for a constructive and successful convention to all in attendance. Signed, C.J. Haggerty. Letter from Walter Reuther, President of the Industrial Union Department. Dear Brother Ramsey, this will acknowledge receipt of your kind invitation to address the next regular convention of the Mississippi Labor Council, which will be held in Jackson during the period of April 23rd, 4th, and 5th. I should like very much to be with you and to address your convention for the reasons stated in your letter, but I regret most sincerely that your convention comes just when I will be deeply involved in conferences, committee meetings, preparatory to the UAW convention. Under these circumstances, I will be denied the privilege and pleasure of being with you. With best wishes for a successful convention, with kind personal regards, I am Walter P. Reuther. Letter from President Freeman of the IBEW. This will acknowledge your invitation of February the 2nd to address the convention of the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, which is scheduled to be held in Jackson, April the 23rd, 4th, and 5th. As two of our Brotherhood's district progress meetings are scheduled to be held during the time of your convention, I'm sorry to advise that it will not be possible for me to accept your invitation. Best wishes for a most successful meeting, signed Gordon Freeman. From President Petoskey of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, thank you for your kind invitation to address the Mississippi AFL-CIO Labor Council at its forthcoming convention. Unfortunately, I already have a commitment for one of these days, and between our negotiations with the shirt industry, which start next month, and preparations for our own biennial convention, I'm afraid I cannot spare the time for a speaking engagement. However, I would not want to let this occasion go by without sending my heartiest congratulations to your organization on the growing strength you have demonstrated in the recent past. As you know, I was much impressed with the dedication and ability of your leadership when we met last year, and I am much encouraged that the labor movement, under the direction of you and your associates, is making such fine progress in your state. Shouldn't have read that one just before nomination of office. I'd like to acknowledge and recognize some of our distinguished visitors. We're very proud to have attended this convention. We're not members of the labor movement. We have with us a professor from the University, I'm sorry, I started to say of Mississippi, Mississippi State University, Professor Abernathy, who attended our Vicksburg convention for a few minutes, for a little while. He brought along with him today several students. It was my pleasure to have been invited and did address one of his classes on labor relations just a few short weeks ago. I extended to the students and to the professor an invitation to attend our convention. Between Professor Abernathy and Dr. White at the university, they have established an outstanding program in the field of labor relations. A number of courses involved. They've done a magnificent job. This time I'd like to recognize Professor Abernathy and the students that he has brought with him. I believe I have the names correct. If I don't have them right, you correct me, Professor. Charles M. Langley, A. Allen Moore, and Lawrence Smith. Would you please stand? We're certainly happy to have you gentlemen with us, and I would like at this time to extend the opportunity to Professor Abernathy just a few minutes to explain to the delegates at this convention what they're trying to do at the university. Would you just take the mic over there, Doctor? If you'd like to, come to the forward. It'd be all right. Either way.
So he won't be worried about getting it mixed up.
I'm sorry, I understand we have Professor Phillips also, and I overlooked the card if I had one yet. But Professor Phillips, certainly glad to have you with us.
Thank you, President Ramsey. Honored guests, executive officers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. In fact, being here with this large group reminds me of the first time that I ever attended a large meeting. I was
I went with my grandfather to a all-day political session over in Alabama. There were several candidates scheduled to speak, and after the first 2 or 3 speeches, I quit paying attention. After about the 4th or 5th speaker had talked, I heard my grandfather make the first comment he had made all day. He said, "That fellow made a good impression on me." And so I turned to my grandfather and said, "Well, what did he talk about?" He said, "Well, son, he talked about 5 minutes, and I'd like to take about 5 minutes to tell you what we're doing at Mississippi State. The School of Business and Industry at Mississippi State University is the oldest collegiate school of business in the state of Mississippi, and it's one of the oldest in the South. At present, we are the largest school of business in the state and one of the largest in the South. A student enrolled in the School of Business can pursue many majors: accounting, advertising, economics, transportation, management. But the one that I would like to tell you about is our program in industrial relations. Now, this program is relatively new. Dr. White came over from Alabama and established the program about 4 years ago. I joined him a year later, and we were fortunate to have Mr. Phillips join us last year. At the present time, a student majoring in industrial relations will take roughly 8 courses: labor economics, personnel management, a course in collective bargaining, a course in labor law, a course in contemporary unionism where they study union history and structure, and the boys here with me today are from my class in contemporary unionism. They will also take a couple of technical courses: job evaluation, motion and time study, and then they will have a case course called Industrial Relations Problems. We also have some graduate courses. I'd like to assure you that we try to teach these courses in an objective and unbiased manner. In addition to our regular classroom work, we try to get members of industrial organizations and labor organizations to come to our campus and talk to our students. For example, in the past 3 years, we've had Mr. Ed Blair of the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Mr. Ray Smith Hart. Some of these people I don't think I have to identify, do I? Mr. Lonnie Daniels, Mr. Marvin Taylor, and Mr. Claude Ramsey. We have in the past 3 years also acquired the complete Bureau of National Affairs Labor Service. This includes the wage and hour section, the arbitration section, the collective bargaining section, the labor policy and practice. It's about a $4,000 or $5,000 set of books. They're available for research in the library. You can't take them out, but if you have need for them, if you drop by the library, you can sure to use them. We have some plans for the future I'd like to tell you about. We plan to make more use of union and industrial leaders as speakers in our classes. We would like to grow to the point where we can offer short training programs of interest to labor and industry. We would like to provide more research and more service that will be of use to industry and labor. For example, one of the things that we'd like to do is to start publishing the current developments in collective bargaining in the state of Mississippi and publish these in our Mississippi Business Review, which comes out monthly. Now, these are not all of our plans, but only some of them. In order to continue to offer our program and to do a better job in our program, we need to know more about labor in Mississippi, and that's why we're here today. We also need additional information. we'd like to have, if we possibly can get them, contracts, constitutions and bylaws, and other information. We need to know more about your problems. I can assure you that any of the information that we received will not be used against you. My colleague, Mr. Phillips, and I will be here for the full sessions. If you have any information that you would like to pass on to us, or if you have any questions that you would like to ask us, we will be available. Thank you.
Sure. It's all right if I call him doctor. I get these doctors and these professors get me all confused. I think the proper thing to do is just call them all doctor, and then I won't offend anybody. I don't. All right, step up as long as we don't step down, isn't it? Thank you so much, Dr. Abernathy. It's a real pleasure to have you and your associates with you, the students, and we would like to extend to you again an invitation to spend the rest of the convention with us. This is the most important field that the professor is dealing in. It's one that more attention should be directed in. And I would like to request here and now that the delegates at this convention try to find an opportunity to discuss with the professor some of the problems he mentioned. You might have information he's interested in. So try to find time to do that before the convention adjourns. This time I'm going to call on the chairman of the Resolutions Committee again. We still have one resolution, the one that we had to dig out, resolution number 13 for the bonds.
Chairman, I believe everyone has a copy of Resolution 13 now. Before we get into this resolution, I'd like to remind you that as you consider this resolution, you remember that the representative of higher education in Mississippi whom we had with us is an indication that we need the resolution because we're growing, and we can tell those people we go to now that that is another reason, and his appearance here is a little late to get it into the resolution. So consider that a part of this resolution, please. Whereas the all-out attack to which the Mississippi labor movement is being subjected calls for the full mobilization of all our will never be enacted. Progress in recent years has been measured in terms of lack of damage done, not in terms of progress made. And whereas the enemies of our movement have invaded the halls of the Mississippi legislature in recent years and have been more than successful in securing the passage of legislation detrimental to our cause, this success in itself should be a mandate to the entire labor movement of Mississippi to consolidate its forces into a coordinated COPE and legislative program beginning at the grassroots level. And whereas in the effort to increase the effectiveness of the Mississippi labor movement, greater attention must be given to the role of the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, and the local AFL-CIO labor councils. Mr. Chairman, I wish to digress a minute and let's call to your attention now. One reason I want to call to your attention so you'll know why I get lost when I hit that phrase. I don't know why we changed it, but that's the same thing as Central Labor Union now, you hear? Central Labor Union, which are the vital links that bind the labor movement together at state and community level. No other segment of the labor movement can coordinate and develop the necessary programs so desperately needed in our state today. And whereas the AFL-CIO, recognizing the need of coordination and mobilization of our forces, established the office of coordinator of state and local central bodies at the San Francisco Convention in 1959. Numerous resolutions to this effect have been adopted at convention after convention of our great federation, and whereas the affiliated local unions of the Mississippi Labor Council recently adopted a long-range program of public relations, political education, and legislative action. They assessed themselves and provided the necessary finances to make the labor movement of Mississippi a truly effective force. The success of this program is largely dependent upon the degree of support rendered by all local unions and international unions with membership in Mississippi. And whereas the records show a substantial number of local unions chartered in Mississippi are not affiliated with the Mississippi Labor Council, many of them are not affiliated with the local labor councils where such exist. Therefore, be it resolved that the delegates assembled in this convention in Jackson, Mississippi, April 23rd, 24th, 25th, 1962, do hereby sincerely call upon those local unions not affiliated with the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, or the local AFL-CIO Labor Council to do so at the earliest possible date whereby the program of progress for all Mississippians may be implemented. And be it further resolved that each international union having local unions chartered in Mississippi be requested to give its fullest cooperation towards immediate affiliation of its membership whereby the stigma of free riders may be removed from them and they will assist in the job ahead. Your committee made up of Claudia Watts, IBEW Local 1873, Vicksburg, Harold L. Dobbs, IUE Local 794, Columbus, Mississippi, Ray Smith, CWA Local 3513, Macomb, Mississippi, James Cash, CWA Local 3519 of the Mississippi Coast, Vance R. Hatton, ACWA Local 563, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, B.C. Smith, Papermakers Local 203, Moss Point, and Brother Smith was your co-chairman.
Mr. Chairman, brother and sister delegates, I'm wholly in accord with this resolution. The only thing I would like to see is that it be made a little stronger if possible. Now, I know that the local unions and these councils have the responsibility of affiliating, but also the international unions have a great responsibility too, in my opinion, in that they should, I don't say force their local unions to affiliate, I don't believe that would be proper, but they should use more coercive methods in getting their unions to affiliate. Now, in my particular case, I'm a bus driver, and my international union does put much pressure on us to affiliate with these bodies, and they try to get us to incorporate in our local bylaws the provision that we will affiliate, and there are in my local bylaws that we affiliate with the Central Labor Union, the Mississippi Labor Council, and another council of which we are a member, and that is binding until it is killed, and I'd like to see it in more of the local union bylaws. I think it's a very good resolution. If it could just be made stronger, though, it would be much better.
Thank you, Brother Bowers. We have any other further discussion on the resolution? I can say this, that I sincerely agree with Brother Bowers. If we had some coercive methods, we would certainly use them. We used about all we know to use. We're sincerely calling upon the international unions, the local unions, the national AFL-CIO itself to help us get these groups in. Brother Goodman?
Mr. Chairman, delegates, Wayman Goodman, board member, IUE, member from Columbus. We all recognize the fact that a well majority, or practically all of the delegates at this convention are members of the Mississippi Labor Council. There are some, maybe some, that are not members of their respective central labor unions. But in order for this resolution to be effective, it's important that we take upon our shoulders the responsibilities of our positions to go into these other local unions that are not affiliated, express to them the importance of this organization and what it is founded on and what its intentions are and how it is helping the people of Mississippi along with the labor movement, and encourage those organizations to become a part of us. And I think the program that this convention a year ago, the special convention adopted, namely the program of progress, is a program that can be sold to any working man or woman in the state of Mississippi. It points out our intentions, it points out where their bread and butter is, and by the use of this program, I feel that each and every one of us can go into these various areas recognizing the problems that we may run into, and we can increase this affiliation by a tremendous amount if we will just accept that responsibility and spend a little time and effort on it. And with those few words, I would like to say that we are also, all of us, in accord with this resolution and would like to stress its importance.
Thank you, Brother Goodman. We have any further discussion? We'll hear from the coordinator of state and central bodies a little later on in the convention. Maybe he can find the answer to this problem. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the motion to adopt signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. I'd like to call on the chairman of the organizing committee. They have a resolution. I understand Brother Hines will handle it.
Mr. Chairman, while he's coming up, it'd be all right to ask that this committee be discharged.
Might be a good idea to hold it together until a little later on. We might have a resolution we'll need to refer to it. Can't tell yet. Yes. Brother Hines, I understand, is the secretary of was named secretary of the organizing committee, and will give that committee's report. Brother Hines. Yeah. Resolution number 17.
Resolution number 17, submitted by the Jackson Central Labor Union. Whereas for more than 7 weeks, 650 members of Division 1267, the Amalgamated Clothing Workers, Amalgamated Association.
While we're looking at it, are you ready for all of those?
Yeah.
Oh, just one in there. He's got several. Let me see how many he's got. You have resolution number 9, don't you, in the kits? That was in the kit. All right, I'll ask somebody to get resolution 16 and 17 out of the foyer. Brother Hines can take up now resolution 16. This is not in there either.
Yeah, it's in there.
You don't have, do you have 16 in the kits? If you got 16. All right, 16 and 17. He can take up 9, you have 9, right?
You got 9? All right.
Get those others out.
Resolution number 9, submitted by the Executive Board. Whereas the high standard of living enjoyed by many Americans in these United States is the envy of people throughout the world. Our free enterprise system of business, ownership, and our representative form of government, with its many checks and balances, has been studied and copied by many of the emerging nations of the free world. There should be no question but that ours is the best government yet devised by man. And whereas history indicates that the process of collective bargaining as pursued by the American labor movement must be given a large share of credit for Americans' high standards of living. By the same token, the pages of history clearly establish the fact that our form of government has always received the support of our movement. This is true in spite of the fact that trade unions have constantly been under attack by certain profit-hungry industrialists and political figures. No better example in this respect can be offered than our own state of Mississippi. And whereas for many years our state has been on the bottom rung of the economy ladder with the lowest per capita income of any state in the nation, several factors of importance have contributed to this unfortunate situation. The absence of substantial industry and organization of the workforce head the list. Of almost equal importance is the fact that our state for years have been dominated by a handful of political figures who have insisted on maintaining the status quo. Low wages, control of workforces has been continuous to their prime objective. And whereas for many years our state was dominated by a large agricultural industry was kept out of the state with restrictive legislation. Ours was an organ of economy only. The mechanization of the Hugh Farm Combine could bring about the change. The farm machine has brought us full circle from the no industry to industry at any price. Low wages, control of the workforce remain the order of the day. And whereas ever imaginable device is bringing employed to attract the runaway type of industry to locate here. Concessions on top of concessions is offered. An open invitation to move to Mississippi and exploit the workforce prevail. The rights of the people are continually reduced by restrictive legislation, and all indication point to an ever-increased tempo in this direction. Even the governor of our state has allowed himself to be used in this inferior scheme. And whereas it should now be plain to the people of Mississippi, our AFL members in particular, that their welfare is directly related to the lot of the unorganized and exploited workers of our state. Unless we get about the job of organizing, these workers assist them in securing the benefits of trade unionism, our position will continue to be the bottom rung of the ladder. Therefore, be it resolved that the delegates to this convention do hereby dedicate themselves to the objective of organizing the unorganized workers of Mississippi. And be it further resolved that the delegates in attendance recommend that each local union and each local labor council appoint an organizing committee to assist the various international unions in bringing these workers into the fold. Also, the committee recommended that we send copies to all international unions and regional office for their action. The committee moves the adoption of this resolution.
You've heard the committee's report and the motion to adopt the resolution. Second. We have any discussion on the motion? You ready for the question? All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Hines has two other resolutions. It's a little bit past the noon hour, but if we can take up his two, then that committee will be through. Due to the fact that we have been compelled to change our program slightly, it would be to our advantage to get as much business out of the way now as possible prior to this afternoon. Might be a good idea for me to point out that I've had to, as a matter of necessity, because of an important meeting in the Senate, meeting of the Senate Finance Committee, to put Senator E.K. Collins on at 1:35 instead of 3 o'clock as the program shows. So with your permission, we will continue with the committee's report and try to get these two resolutions out of the way. Brother Hines.
This is resolution number 17, submitted by the Jackson Central Labor Union. They got 17. Whereas for more than 7 weeks, 650 members of Division 1267, Amalgamated Association of Street Electric Railway Motor Coach Employees of America have been on strike against the Miami and Miami Beach transit companies owned by financier William D. Pauley, whereas the government of Dade County, whose principal cities are Miami and Miami Beach, has injected itself into this dispute through a so-called purchasing arrangement, the details of which have been characterized as the most fantastic financial scheme I have ever heard of by AFL-CIO President George Meany. And whereas this same Dade County government has openly declared war against these members by hiring several hundred strikebreakers to provide a bus service which has already resulted in countless accidents, including the death of a woman standing on the sidewalk. And whereas the economy of Dade County is 60% dependent upon vacationers and conventions and the like, and whereas the Dade County Federation of Labor has requested union members from other areas to stay away from Miami and Miami Beach in Dade County, USA, therefore be it resolved that the Jackson, Mississippi Central Labor Union urge its members to exclude this anti-area from their vacation plans, and that they ask their national and international unions not to so advise individual members but also immediately cancel any plans already made for meetings or conventions there. And be it further resolved that copies of this resolution be sent to the Dade County Board of Commissioners, Mayor Robert King Hugh, the Miami Convention Bureau, the Miami News, and the Miami Herald, all in Miami, Florida, and to Mayor Keen Oki and the Miami Beach Convention Bureau, both in Miami Beach, Florida, and be it further finally resolved that the copies of this resolution be presented to the Mississippi Labor Council AFL-CIO Convention assembled in Jackson, Mississippi, April 23rd to the 25th, 1962, for appropriate deliberation and action. The committee adopted this resolution, and I move the adoption.
Mr. Chairman, as you were reading the resolution, Brother Stanton Smith, the coordinator of state and local central bodies, advised me that this situation is now well in hand, that the appropriate thing to do with this resolution at this time, because there's a number of factors involved, would probably be refer to your executive board for further action and consideration until we get all the details about the situation ironed out. You so move? We have a motion that the resolution be referred to the executive board for consideration. We have any discussion on that motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Brother Hines has one more. It's a rather short one, and then we'll try to adjourn for lunch.
This is resolution number 16, submitted by locals 448, 507, 578, 594 ILGWU. Whereas the Judy Barn Blouse Company has violated their long-standing agreement with the ILGWU, and whereas the company has locked out its employees, which are members of the ILGWU, and whereas the company is contracting out their work to non-union companies, and whereas this company is attempting to operate non-union factories in the South paying substandard wages, and whereas the ILGWU is conducting a nationwide strike against the Judy Barn Blouse Company, therefore be it resolved that the Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, go on record to condemn these union-busting actions of the Judy Barn Blouse Company, and be it further resolved that we ask all union members and their families not to purchase Judy blouses during the duration of the strikes, and be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to all affiliated local unions and central bodies, I imagine, in this state. The committee saw fit to adopt this resolution. We move the adoption.
You've heard the committee's report, the motion to adopt the resolution. Do we have any discussion? Discussion? All in favor of the motion signified by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
The committee asked to be discharged.
The Committee on Organizing requests that they be discharged. We have a motion that the committee be discharged. We have a motion that the Committee on Organizing be discharged by the convention with the thanks of the convention. Second to that motion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye. All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Do we have any announcements? Any committee chairman would like to make announcements? I would like to request that the Constitution and Bylaws Committee meet with me. I would like to appear before the Constitution and Bylaws Committee for just a few minutes in Parlor B. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee. I'll read them off for you. Make sure we get them there. Smith Hart, James Jackson, Wayman Goodman, J.M. Johnson, W.H. Wood, Russell Mike Mann, E.J. Brown, L.W. Laird, Catherine Jeffcoat, and the gentleman I made an inquiry about yesterday, Brother Ussery from IATSC. Did he meet with the committee? Was he there? Well, then, Brother Ussery. I'd like to meet with you for just a few minutes in Parlor B, immediately upon adjournment.
Parlor B is occupied. You better find another room.
How about A?
I think it's all right.
A is open?
Is it? No, it's occupied too.
A is occupied. Well, in that case, we'll...
Mr. President.
Who's that got the floor?
Yeah.
Well,
Mr. President, will you let me, since I have to get away too this afternoon, and before you adjourn, will you let me make a little
yes, sir. I'll be happy
convention
to.
thing?
No, they'd be glad to hear from you. We haven't adjourned yet. We're going to have we're just before doing it. But this announcement I made about the committee then, how about the 821? Is Jim Clark in the room? Has he got it occupied? If we can get into 821, we'll go to 821 with this meeting that I've requested. 821. Let me introduce Merle. He's the other part of the Jackson County delegation in the House of Representatives. Representative Merle Palmer from Pascagoula.
I only want to thank you, Mr. President and distinguished guests who are visiting this convention here. On behalf of Jackson County and the city of Pascagoula, you have an invitation that has been wired to you from the city of Pascagoula, of which I am city attorney, to have this convention meet with us, and we certainly hope that you can and will favor us with your presence in Jackson County. I want to assure you that if you should come our way, that the doors of hospitality will be always open. And I think that in Jackson County we have a real, more significant meaning of organized labor, probably than any county in the state of Mississippi. And we certainly hope that you will come back. Now, I want to say this for myself. We're all proud of our distinguished president that comes from our area of the country, Claude Ramsey. And it's nothing new for me to be here at your convention. And I certainly have enjoyed the mixing and mingling with the old acquaintances. And I'm very proud myself that I have had honorary membership, I'm talking about, with the American Federation of Labor, having won the Merit Award for the South in 1951. And I treasure that very highly. And to all of you, I wish you the best in your convention. And I am so glad to see the invigorating spirit that you have shown at this convention here. It really thrills me because with organized labor in this state, we've got a long ways to go. And I'm only interested in this. I'm interested in a country with its people free and a country great. A place where the wealth of this country belongs to all the people. And where the last shackles of economic bondage has been lifted, those are not my words, but those were the words of a great man that began the process of breaking the shackles that bound the working man of this country. Those, and I call upon you again to capture the spirit and the meaning of the greatest American of all times, a man that did more for organized labor in our generation. Not only was he commander-in-chief, but he was commander-in-chief of this generation, and his name will be remembered by the laboring people wherever they gather and wherever mankind believes in the things that the labor movement stands for. And his spirit will live on and on. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Thank you.
Turn the machine on and let's see if you're getting it on the machine now.
Yes, and you see?
We see that the delegates come in from the hall and have their seat in order that we may get started without any delay. May get started, please. Mississippi Labor Council, AFL-CIO, will please be in order. This morning we are privileged to have with us, for the purposes of delivering the invocation and speaking to us as he might be led, the pastor of a number of us in this organization, Dr. Joe H. Cawthon of the Alta Woods Baptist Church here in Jackson, Mississippi. It's my pleasure to present to you Dr. Cawthon.
May we bow our heads for a word of prayer. We invoke thy blessings this morning, our Father, upon these leaders in our community here and from the various communities from over our state and area. We pray that by thy Holy Spirit thou wouldst lead them in their thinking and in all of their deliberations. Do thou bless them as they work together here, one with another, and as they return to their homes and their respective places of responsibility to serve with others in the community. We pray that God might be glorified, that Christ might be magnified in all of their efforts. We pray that regardless of the area of our endeavor, that we shall be found constantly working together for a more Christ-like nation, a more Christ-like society. Speak to our hearts from thy word, for we ask it in Jesus' name. Amen. I told Mr. Daniels that he was risking a most dangerous thing on Monday morning to ask a preacher to say, quote, a few words, end quote. We've been in a revival in our church for the last 2 weeks, and for the last 8 days I have not been preaching. So to turn a preacher loose on Monday morning when he's been tied up, somebody else in his pulpit for 8 days is dangerous. But I'll try not to belabor your ears excessively. I would like to share with you, however, one brief and intriguing verse of Scripture that seems to me to be most pertinent to our day. In Proverbs chapter 25, verse 19, these words, "Confidence in an unfaithful man in time of trouble is like a broken tooth and a foot out of joint." Now, of course, this is somewhat mystifying, I realize, but if you check it in your Bible, it's there. It speaks to the everyday situation. Most of us here have had at least some difficulty with a bad tooth, and perhaps some of us here have had some difficulty, perhaps with a trick knee or with bone difficulty. The writer of this fascinating book, this fascinating collection of Proverbs, has likened these miseries of the human body to faith in an untrustworthy person. You are dealing with individuals in your community, in your respective areas of responsibility. To be unfaithful to your trust is bound to disappoint and hurt somebody. Your lives touch many lives. Many people are dependent upon your leadership. If you do not prove to be people of integrity, not only will you be injured, but many other people as well will be injured. Integrity in many areas is almost a lost word and a lost virtue. But if you are faithful to God, faithful to your trust, and faithful to your fellow man, then you will be of all people called most blessed. If you are unfaithful, you will give pain and injury to someone somewhere. Nothing is more painful, I suppose, than to bite down on a broken tooth. When you need that tooth the most and you find that you cannot rely upon it, is not only painful but disappointing. To step down on a weak foot or a weak joint and have that joint come out of place is painful and could well be disastrous. So it is, the writer of Proverbs said, as you place confidence in one who is not faithful to his trust, you have the confidence of a great many people. Be not to them as a broken tooth or a foot out of joint. Rather, be that person of integrity that they and the Lord have a right to expect you to be.
We should like to present to Dr. Cawthon a copy of the Holy Bible, which is enclosed in a cedar case, and we're sure that it will be of service to God also, Dr. Cawthon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gaines.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the colors of our state and our nation, will you please stand? You address the flag and repeat after me, with me, the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Allow me to present the color guard of the Central High School ROTC unit led by Sergeant
B.B. Donahoe, who's in the rear of the auditorium, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Conley Heberlin, Cadet Sergeant First Class Walter Krinsky, Cadet Sergeant First Class Butch Miller, Cadet Private First Class Bill Page. Be seated, please. We are privileged to have with us this morning one of our officials from Hinds County, Mississippi, the Vice President of our Board of Supervisors. This young supervisor serves the largest district in the state of Mississippi. He is a native of Hinds County, educated in the public schools of Jackson, Mississippi, and also attended with distinction the Hinds Junior College at Raymond, Mississippi. He is active in civic affairs, having served as past chairman for the American Red Cross and Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation. He is a member of the board of directors of the Little Red School, a member of the board of the Hinds County TB Association, the community hospital for the white and for the colored, a member of the Merit and Agriculture Committee of the Jackson Chamber of Commerce. It is our pleasure to welcome Mr. Tom Verdon, Vice President of the Hinds County Board of Supervisors, and to present him to you.
Good morning, good people. Welcome to your first biennial convention to Hinds County and to Jackson, Mississippi. The mayor of Jackson and the Hinds County Board of Supervisors and the City Commission have never decided whether Jackson was in the center of Hinds County or Hinds County around Jackson, Mississippi. But let me assure you that you can tell Mr. Kennedy that there's no segregation practiced between the Hinds Countyans and Jacksonians here in Mississippi. Standing before you this morning reminds me of an occasion that happened some 21 years ago. During the war, I had the privilege of serving with a group of soldiers from the extreme northeastern section of our nation and the extreme northwestern section. The morning that we were discharged, we stood in the depot in Boise, Idaho, telling each other goodbye, promising to see each other in the days to come. When it came my turn to say goodbye to the group of boys that I had served with for 4 years, I made this statement to these boys. I said, "Boys, you go home, live a good life, do the things that you should do, and I have no fear that you will pass through Jackson, Mississippi once in your lifetime, for it is the last stop on the way to heaven." Since that time, it has been my privilege to travel to the fabulous Mississippi Delta, to the extreme northeastern part of our section in that very industrious area, and to South Mississippi, described by the President of the Federal Reserve Bank as that section of the nation destined to have the largest growth industrially in the next decade. And today, if I was in Boise, Idaho again, I would say to this group of boys, without fear of contradiction, that the finest people this side of heaven live in Mississippi. I would like for you to excuse me for this next statement. Now that I have the privilege to stand before you, I would like for some of you to thank somebody that I don't know. As Mr. Daniel mentioned, I am a member of a lot of civic groups. Closest to my heart is the Little Red School. It gives us a lot of pleasure to travel through the county and take up money for this organization. It, if you're not familiar with it, is a non-profit and a private school for mentally retarded children. It takes some $3,000 a month to operate this school. And it's with pleasure that large corporations give $2,500, $500, $5,000 to the support of this school. But the thing that touches the hearts most of those of us on that board is that from time to time when we need help, somebody tells us that some of your organizations sent a plumber, a painter, or a carpenter to do something for us for nothing. For all of us on that board, may I say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verdon, and we appreciate your taking time to come by and extend a word of welcome to us and to be with us a few minutes. And we certainly extend to you an invitation to remain with us as long as you possibly can and to return and visit with us during the sessions of the convention. We appreciate your coming. Again, we are privileged to have with us a man from the official family of the city of Jackson to extend greetings of the city to us. Commissioner Tom Marshall continues to be a determined and resourceful public servant. This man of endless energy serves our community also in numerous civic and welfare organizations, and we find that he is always willing to assist men and women of our organization whenever he possibly can. We are certainly grateful for his interest in our problems and for his service. As City Commissioner, Tom Marshall is directly responsible for many areas of activity and administration in the city government, including the health departments, the fire department, and others. As a member of the city council, his responsibilities also carry with him decisions relative to the overall operation of the city of Jackson. Again, it is our privilege to present to you for this word of welcome the Commissioner Tom Marshall. Shall we greet him?
Thank you very much, Lonnie. Honorable Tom Verdon of the Vice President of the County Board of Supervisors, distinguished gentlemen at the head table, ladies and gentlemen, members of your Labor Council from the great state of Mississippi. You know, being called on to again, I say again because I had the honor last year of doing this same thing, being here to give you a word of welcome is a real pleasure. And as last year, again this year, I thought, after I had received the invitation, now what in the world can I go over there and tell people? Or how in the world can you go over and welcome people to Jackson and really get over to them that this is not a cut and dried situation, something that we do for anybody and everybody that comes in. And really, when you summarize the thing, all you can do when you're called on to get up and welcome a group is really just get up and say, welcome, we're glad to have you. But I always, especially when I have the opportunity of coming before this group, like to put a little bit more into it. And I can remember that on another occasion with another group, but in a similar group in a way, Lonnie was in the meeting and I told of a little experience. One of the gentlemen before the meeting started asked me, said, well, what do you do as commissioner? And I know that he was talking about my being so young and wondering if I was really a commissioner or if it was just a part-time job or what. So I tried to explain to him exactly what my duties were, and I didn't know whether I got to him or not. So during that meeting, that day, I told of a little experience that I had as commissioner, and I wished I hadn't told it now because I'd like to tell it to you, but I have had another one since then, and in order to get over a little bit about how glad we are to have you and everything, I'd like to tell you this. Not too long ago, this fella called me about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I got the phone up to my ear, and I was, of course, half asleep myself, and this guy was really on the beam. He was inebriated to the 100th degree. And he stuttered around and finally
he got out to me that he wanted a job. Well, when I had found out by then that it was 2 o'clock in the morning, I wondered if this wasn't a peculiar time to be looking for a job. So I held my composure, and I didn't want to be anything but nice and courteous, so I told this fellow, I said, well, what type job do you want? He said, well, I want to drive a garbage truck. And I said, well, that's fine. I said, tell you what you do. I said, tomorrow you come to the city hall and come to my office, and we'll sit down and talk about this job, and we'll see if we can work something out. So that satisfied him. So he hung up, and I went on back to sleep. Well, 30 minutes later, about 2:30, the phone rang again, and a guy, still inebriated, said, I thought I'd call you again to let you know that I want this job. Well, this, of course, taxing my patience somewhat. And I told him, I said, look, I said, I don't have any records with me. There's not a thing in the world I can tell you now except what I told you before, and that is that I'll talk to you later about it. I said, I can't talk to you about a job here at home at this time of the morning. And he continued and continued about how bad he wanted this job and how bad he needed it. So finally, in desperation, I said, look, we have a personnel director with the city, and really it's this man's responsibility to interview people and hire them. I said, won't you call Brian Horn and talk to him about that? He said, at 2:30 in the morning? So I'm sure that Brian wouldn't have appreciated a call any more than I did, but there are a lot that we put up with in office. Of course, you do the same thing with your job. A lot of you work with the public, and you know that the public, as a group or as a whole, they're trying, and yet they are fine because they do give us the means of holding jobs and doing our various things that we do. You know, to have all of you in Jackson is an honor, and I say this sincerely. Your local group are the groups that are members of your organization that are located here in Jackson, I think are closer to the city of Jackson or to the official part of the operation of this city than any group that I know of. And I think that was exemplified here this morning, and I think the spirit that these people, I don't know all of you around the state, but I do know our local people, but I think the spirit that you have opened your meeting here today exemplifies the type people we have here in our city that are members of your group. You started off in a most holy way by having your preacher, your invocation, and a few words, taking care of that aspect of our life. You went into the Americanism part of it, showing good citizens of this country by having your pledge to the flag and the little ceremony. And then, of course, everything that you do throughout the day brings back the overall wholesomeness of the group. And I'll say sincerely that any time I have a problem in this city, a problem making a decision on an important matter, or maybe something I'm trying to get accomplished, or whatever it is, if it's a problem of mine, I can always turn to our labor groups and get any kind of support that I need and want from that group. And I sincerely appreciate it. On the other hand, as long as I've been in office, and as many times as I've had members of the group come to the office and ask for a certain thing to be done in this city or this area, I am yet to be faced by one of them asking something that is not 100% completely fair and equitable and something that they are certainly entitled to. This I appreciate very much, because if a man asks you to do something and it's right, then you can go to bat for him and you can fight for him. And that's what I've always done when it comes to the labor group and working for them. So my association has been good. I've enjoyed every bit of it, and I certainly look forward to it in the future. Now, those of you that are not from Jackson, but from around in this area in the state, if you're ever here and I can do anything personally, or if we can do anything from the city, I hope you won't hesitate at all to get in touch with us. We want to be a part of your movement. We want to be helpful to you and certainly cooperate in every way possible. Now, I have said everything except what I was told to do when I was invited up here, and that is to welcome you. Now, we are glad to have you in Jackson, and we are very sincere about this. We want your meeting to be successful. We want your stay here to be just as pleasant and nice as possible. If there's anything that hasn't been done that you can think of that could be done to ensure this, I hope you'll let us know. We'll be glad to work with you 100%, because we are real glad to have you here meeting in Jackson. So let us hear from you, and we'll be glad to cooperate in any way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Marshall. And we extend to you also an invitation to visit with us during the convention, as your time will permit you to do. I have a telegram addressed to President Ramsey at the hotel here. The Jackson Chamber of Commerce cordially welcomes the Mississippi Labor Council to Jackson. We assure you of our full support and cooperation and urge you to select our capital city as your 1963 meeting site. The telegram is signed by N.S. Rogers, President, Jackson Chamber of Commerce. And another message addressed to President Ramsey. The citizens of Jackson join me in extending a very warm welcome to the Mississippi Labor Council and a special invitation to hold your 1963 conference in Jackson. Jackson is a friendly city, the home of fine churches, schools, and recreational facilities for your leisure time. You are sincerely urged to select Jackson for 1963, where you can renew friendships and make new friends in an atmosphere of contentment, culture, and refinement. Hotel facilities are adequate to accommodate your needs. Signed by Alan C. Thompson, Mayor of the city. As President of the Jackson Central Labor Union, I should also like to add our welcome to those others that have been expressed to the delegates from out of this area, to our city, and to this convention. Ours is a team effort in the Jackson Central Labor Union, and I should like to have all of the members of the executive board of the Jackson Central Labor Union to stand. All of those that are present, would you please stand? There are those scattered over the house, and just remain standing, gentlemen. And would all the members of affiliated local unions of the Jackson Central Labor Union stand that are here? You see, there are quite a number of people who are eager to, and these are people from this area, you may be seated, that are willing and eager to help you enjoy your 3-day stay here in the city. And I'm certain that I speak for them when I say that anything that we can do, personally or officially, to make your the convention more successful and your personal convenience more satisfactory, we should be happy to do so. A few short months ago, we met here and adopted a program of progress. Since then, we have also witnessed real progress in space technology. Colonel John Glenn has successfully completed our first flight into space. Colonel Glenn quite realistically appraised his accomplishment as a team effort. We are proud to be on this team led by President Claude Ramsey for our program for Mississippi's progress. We marvel at this man's endless energy, his sincerity, his dedication and devotion to representing thousands of people here in our state. In recent months, he has labored long hours, performing his regular duties and also representing our interest in the Mississippi Legislative Halls. Such service, far beyond the duty we have any right to expect of only one man, is worthy of our fullest confidence and applause. Under his leadership, our council is rapidly growing in prestige and influence. It is now my pleasure to surrender the gavel to our president and chairman of this convention, Claude Ramsey. It is my pleasure to present him to you.
President Daniel, fellow officers, distinguished guests, delegates to the convention. First, let me say I sincerely appreciate the generous words of the president of the Jackson Central Labor Union. And due to the fact that this is an election year, I think that they were very appropriate. I suspect that needing a campaign manager, I should name the president of the Jackson Central Labor Union. So feel yourself having that job, Brother Daniel. Ladies and gentlemen, there's much that needs to be said as we gather in our capital city today. We don't have time enough to discuss all of the things, actually, that we need to discuss here at this convention, I suspect. We find ourselves in serious times. And the last few years in particularly, we've heard an awful lot about communism and patriotism. And in our section, in the state of Mississippi, industrialization. Therefore, this morning I would like to discuss with you and express our views, and I feel that my remarks will be the views of our people. After having examined and done some research and studying this proposition that the great debate that's going around in our nation and in our state today, that we should examine very carefully the so-called patriots that have been invading the state of Mississippi in the last few months and find out, if we can, exactly what's behind this movement. I'd like to call your attention to some of the visitors that we've had in our state in recent months in particular, and try to the best of my ability to analyze for you the reason these people have been in Mississippi and the purpose of the agitation that is now taking place in our state and in the nation. Being a veteran of the last conflict, the war that was supposed to have ended all wars, I feel that I'm about as patriotic as anyone in the state of Mississippi, and I feel that our membership, the membership of this organization, are themselves all patriots and believe that our system of government, the American system of government, is the best system of government yet devised by man. And the record clearly shows that the American labor movement itself has, since its inception, been one of the strongest defenders of the American system. And I defy anyone to show me otherwise. The record is very clear on that. I'd like to review with you just a minute in order that we might better understand the reason that the labor movement believes in the American system, the free enterprise system, and our democracy itself. I'd like to go back with you about 1890, in that neighborhood just a few years prior to that, when the American Federation of Labor was first organized, and review with you a situation that occurred in our nation and some things that happened in that period. Then I think we'll better understand why we are where we are at today in the nation and the state of Mississippi. It was in this period that the great monopolies dominated by the railroads practically run the country. And at that time, the fear was the domination of our economy by the huge monopolies, railroad monopolies. And they did a job. They run the nation at that time. It was in this period that the railroad brotherhoods came into being. A young man by the name of Eugene Debs organized the American Railway Union. And incidentally, this was an industrial type union. Mr. Debs and the railway workers were forced into a strike situation with the Pullman Company. Those of you that have studied labor history recall this strike. It's one of the most famous strikes in the history of the labor movement and of the nation. It's often referred to in the textbooks. Debs and the American Railway Union were persecuted by the officials of the American government. The injunctive power of the federal government was used time after time to break the railway strike at that time. Debs became very disillusioned with the American system of government and turned to the Socialist Party. He was the leader of the Socialist Party for a number of years. He was a candidate of that party for President of the United States about 4 or 5 different times. Debs felt that in order for the working people to gain proper recognition and justice in the nation, it was necessary to change the system of government itself. He left the labor movement and went into the Socialist Party. The important thing is the other side of the picture at that particular time. It was at this time that the American Federation of Labor, led by Samuel Gompers, the founder of the Federation, came into being. Also in this period, Gompers said Debs was wrong. The thing for the American labor movement to do was to work within the framework of the existing system. And that we have done until this day. Gompers and the American Federation of Labor kept the American labor movement out of the Socialist Party, and the labor movement itself, up until this time, has stayed within our framework in spite of the fact that time after time the labor movement itself has been persecuted, even since the founding of the Federation. Certainly we found ourselves on numerous occasions with laws that shackled our movement to the detriment of the American people. But instead of trying to overthrow the government, we've worked within that framework. We've tried to elect people friendly to the things that we believe in and change the laws themselves. That is our attitude, that's our position. And the State Labor Council of Mississippi, we propose here this morning to continue in this direction. And I think we've got a lot of work to do here in this state, and I think each and every one of you know what I'm talking about. Now I want to discuss with you some of these so-called patriots that have visited with us recently. I want to call a few names. I've done a little research on this matter, and I sincerely question the fact that some of these people are actually patriotic citizens of the United States that have been visiting with us. It might sound a little bit harsh here this morning, but I feel very strongly about this situation, because we defeated a nation led by the little corporal by the name of Hitler that was going to take over the world and set up and change the general scheme of things, and democratic processes had no place in that scheme. It appears to me that some of the people that we've had visiting with us in the state of Mississippi have got a strange type of an approach to this problem. Some of them even walk with a goose step, if you know what I'm talking about. I think it would have done Hitler proud to have served in as one of his lieutenants. I don't want to be misunderstood here this morning, but we have a society in the United States that disturbs me very much. The organizer of that society visited the city of Jackson. He spoke to a group in this hotel. His name was Robert Welch. This is the type of thing that I'm talking about. This man went as far as to brand a former president, two former presidents of the United States, as being communistic in their leanings. Now, I certainly disagree with the great general. I think we've had better presidents than the general, but certainly I disagree in the fact that General Eisenhower was a communist, and I think each and every person in this room will agree likewise. Just a few short weeks ago, another general, or a former general, visited the capital city of Jackson. If you've been reading the papers, you know his name, I'm sure. His name was Walker, General Walker, former General Walker. Now, his visit to Mississippi was cleverly timed and cleverly designed. I wonder how many of you got the significance of the timing of that visit to the state of Mississippi. It just so happened that the week following his visit to the state of Mississippi, a Senate committee, a committee of the Senate of the United States, headed by our own Senator Stennis, was in the process of holding a hearing to investigate the so-called muzzling of the military authority of the United States. This visit in itself was designed, and I so charge, to influence and intimidate that hearing. That's exactly the reason the great general come to the state of Mississippi. I think I'll get some agreement on that here this morning. Now, why was General Walker fired? Why was he resigned? Why was he transferred, rather, from his capacity? He was transferred because, as a military leader, he was dabbling in political affairs. He was trying to influence the troops under his command as to how they should vote in a political election for Congress and senators, if you please, of the United States. This is the reason that General Walker was removed from the command of his post in Germany, and this is the only reason he was not removed from his post in Germany, because he was fighting communism. I defy anybody to show me otherwise. Let's examine what's taking place here now with the military and the leaders of the extremist groups. Some call them extremists of the far right. Well, they're just about as far wrong as they can get as far as I'm concerned. I've checked out some of the organizations, and the best figures I can find, we have over 100 organizations similar to the Burke Society. Over 100 of them. When we look into this thing, we find that they're very, very well financed. There's a number of radio programs, a number of TV programs sponsored by some of the wealthiest people in the nation. Mr. H.L. Hunt, whose income has been estimated to be over $1 million a day, sponsors a number of programs, and there's a number of stations in the state of Mississippi that carry all of them. And the theme in each and every one of them is we've got to do something about communism. Now, the record shows, and I want you to get this and make a mental note of it. The record shows, the FBI records show, that only one known communist ever lived in the state of Mississippi, and this was several years ago. There's not one known communist living in the state of Mississippi today, not the first one. But we've got over 50,000 members of the trade union movement. that we do have. And the record also shows that the membership of the Communist Party on a national level is at an all-time low. Therefore, why all of the agitation about fighting communism? We're in peerless times. Our civilization could be destroyed in just a matter of few minutes. A lot of people are very disturbed. They're anxious about our situation in the world, in the nation. They're very fearful of this situation. They want something done. We all want peace. But these people are not offering the answer to anything. These people are adding to the problem under the guise of patriotism. I don't feel, and I think that this is a real fair statement here this morning, that you and I, and anybody at this convention today, will, in our lifetime, see our world as we would like to see it. I think it's a matter of prudence that we've got to keep our nation armed in order to safeguard our welfare. That I think we have to resign ourselves to. Because of the great conflict going on between the great powers of the world, this is absolutely necessary. We might as well resign ourselves to it. It's going to be a long, drawn-out affair. These people would like to settle it tomorrow. Certainly, we all want peace. They don't offer the solution to it. These are selfish-minded people, and the American flag that some of them are actually trying to recognize has a dollar sign in it instead of the stars. Got dollars wrapped around it. Dollars and cents involved. The wealthy people that are financing these programs, if you'll check them out, you'll find that they're against practically every piece of social legislation that can be named. I'd like to call off to you, I made a note of a few things that they're against. They're against the United Nations. They think the United States will pull out of the United Nations. Now, there might be some things about the United Nations that we all dislike and disapprove of. But I can recall the fact that they destroyed the League of Nations, an organization that could have prevented the Second World War. These same people, the same stripe that we're talking about here this morning, were responsible for destroying the League of Nations. They want us to pull out of the United Nations. As long as we can keep people talking, then there is hopes for peace. Against the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, they're against foreign aid. And incidentally, it might be well if we examine why they're against foreign aid and how important foreign aid is to this nation. I feel that the only thing that we can do is to assist and help the friendly nations, keep them in our camp. What better way can be devised than to spend some of our dollars there to make friends? They're against Social Security. This includes medical care for the aged and any improvement in the Social Security Act. These are the same people that oppose the enactment of the Social Security system, make no mistake about it. They're against the graduated income tax. These people are the ones that have sponsored this so-called Liberty Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. It was just recently introduced in the Mississippi legislature. What does the Liberty Amendment do?
the Liberty Amendment would abolish the income tax. Now, these people are supposed to be patriots. I'd like for them to explain to me, to explain to us, how we can maintain an armed service by abolishing the income of the United States. This is a strange brand of patriotism. They want to get the federal government out of private enterprise. Well, the federal government only gets into private enterprise when private enterprise itself refuses to do the job that the American people demands. And I defy them to say otherwise, assure us otherwise. The whole thing, ladies and gentlemen, centers around the fact that in this period of stress, we have a group of selfish, wealthy people that would actually weaken our American system to benefit themselves. Now, I'd like to leave that subject and discuss some of our problems in Mississippi. And probably I could sum my remarks up in this direction in a few words and say that the best thing that could happen to Mississippi today would be for Ross Barnett to resign as governor of the state of Mississippi. Well, I see we got some agreement on that anyway here this morning. Thank you. Well, at least I didn't get any bricks thrown at me here this morning. Now, it would take considerable time to review with you and discuss all of the problems that we're faced with in our great state and try to impress upon your minds the importance that the labor movement, the important job that the labor movement is confronted with in this state. I've touched on this several times before. I would like to go back and review with you, and this will carry us back to the Vicksburg Convention. The legislature at that time was in session. Shortly after we convened, they passed a bill that would in effect place this misnamed right-to-work law in the state constitution. This happened right after our last regular convention. There was a number of other things that happened in that session of the legislature that we discussed at the Vicksburg Convention. We discussed the fact that the manufacturers, the vested interests of this state, took over control of our state government. Under the leadership of Governor Barnett, they had received a handout in the form of a cut in income taxes estimated to be between $15 and $18 million. The workmen's compensation law was practically emasculated. We got right to work, the labor movement did, which was designed to weaken the labor movement and render it ineffective in the process of collective bargaining. These things affecting us directly, you might say, were all enacted under guise of a bold program to industrialize Mississippi. Remember, a bold program to industrialize Mississippi. When this administration went into office, we had a surplus in the state treasury in excess of $34 million. We warned the people, and I inquired of the governor in debate on right to work. I said, Governor, I have a few questions to ask you. We got it on a tape over there. I started to bring it over this morning and play it back to you. It happened 2 years ago. I would like to know, Governor, now that you've cut the income tax on the wealthy, the corporations,
When the state gets in financial difficulty, which it will, where do you propose to get the finances to operate the state's government with? I specifically inquired if he proposed to put it on the backs of the little people of this state in the form of a general increase in the sales tax. This happened 2 years ago. We come along 2 years later, we find that our predictions were correct. The state was in financial difficulty. They had spent the $34 million, the surplus of $34 million, and according to the estimates of the experts, it would take a minimum of $28 million in new money to finance the state's government with. $28 million. You add $28 million to $34 million, and you can find that the administration has done a pretty doggone good job of spending the people's money of this state, and make no mistake about it. We went into this session of the legislature. We knew that we were going to have problems because we knew that the same group was in control of the state government, but we felt that maybe, just maybe, a good majority of the legislature might have learned a lesson 2 years ago. This was our hopes, and the only hope that we had to keep from getting completely wrecked. They met at the Capitol on January the 2nd, and for 2 months the legislature marked time, 2 solid months, spending the taxpayers' money, waiting for the governor of Mississippi to offer some leadership. He contended that no new finances were necessary, in spite of the fact that the Budget Commission stated that we'd need a minimum of $27 to $28 million in new money. Well, the responsible leadership of the House and of the Senate said we will positively not appropriate any finances or any money to any departments until we know where the money's come. And they played pinochle, I suppose. I don't know what the members of the legislature do when they're not in session, but they had an awful lot of spare time for about 2 months. Then they finally decided, the governor did, that he was going to have to do something. So he set up a committee of leadership of both houses to try to arrive at a decision as to what should be done about new taxes. The reason for this was very plain. They had to get support of the important committees, important leaders in the House before anything could be adopted in a new form of new taxes. They came up with a list of proposals to raise finances, and practically each and every one of them was of a consumer nature. But they did not recommend at that time an increase in the sales tax. The governor openly stated that he was against an increase in the sales tax. You read the paper, you probably remember this. Strange thing, however, happened in this thing. In spite of the fight that was put up by friends of the people, and I'm not saying friends of the labor movement, I'm talking about the defenders of the people, in spite of the fact that the fight that they put up, most of these measures were enacted that directly affected the little people. The ones that were rejected pertained to special interest groups. Each and every one of these were knocked out and killed. The result was that they raised about half of the $28 million necessary, which meant that they had to have about $14 million new money from some source. And if you recall in the reports that we sent out, we kept advising you, stay in contact with your legislature and try to convince him to oppose a sales tax. Well, we got it last week. That had us, an increase in the sales tax. A neat piece of strategy used in this one. The committee came out and recommended 1/4%. In order to get its enactment, they had to have some other support. So the leadership of the Education Committee, the leadership of the Highways Committee, got together and said, we'll amend it, make it 0.5%, we'll earmark 1/8 for school teachers pay and 8 for roads, and we'll get it passed. Well, their strategy was right. Last Wednesday, I believe it was, it passed the House after long and bitter and strenuous debate. 2 more votes are necessary. 2 more votes. 2 more votes are necessary. Now we've got an interesting situation. We've got a very interesting situation. Our legislature, the same legislature that reduced income taxes in the first session of the legislature. The first session reduced income taxes. We come back 2 years later, they raise the general sales tax and put the burden on the little people. Well, I'll tell you, my friends, this we're going to do. We're going to make sure that the people in the state of Mississippi see the voting records of the member of the legislature on this important question. I'd like to see somebody, a member of this legislature now, that voted to cut income taxes, justify that position on the stump before the common people of Mississippi. This, I think, must be done. This is a job for us. I want to review with you just a minute Mississippi's program of industrialization. And to the best of my ability, state the labor movement's position on this most important question of bringing industry to the state. There's no one in the state of Mississippi believes in attracting and bringing to the state of Mississippi substantial industry. This is a must in the state of Mississippi. But I'll be very frank here this morning and tell you this, that the devices that are being employed by the present administration to attract industry to the state of Mississippi are not the devices that should be used to industrialize this state. What? I want to ask you this. What are the devices that are being used to bring industry to the Mississippi? What is the main attraction being offered? Cheap labor. Very simple. Cheap labor. Everything is being done to attract the type industry that the state could do better without. That's how simple it is. We're being loaded up with runaway, and if you please, I've used this expression before and prompted some, at least one editorial about it, attract carpetbagging type industry to the state of Mississippi. They come in here for one purpose, and that's to exploit the good people, the good working people of Mississippi. These programs are all designed in this direction. They're running away from labor unions, an awful lot of them. Our labor movement has got a real job cut out for it to try to bring decent working conditions, organization and wages and so forth to the people in these plants. This is what needs to be done in the state of Mississippi. The nation needs to be told that Mississippi has some of the finest people in the nation. That the working people of the state of Mississippi, and the records speak for itself. We've got a number of plants, delegates to this convention are to hear, that our people, our working people in Mississippi, that they have the talents, the necessary intelligence to pick up the necessary skills to do the skilled labor necessary to operate the type of industry we need in Mississippi. This is one thing that needs to be said. A gentleman told me not too long ago that the management of Vickers here in Jackson told him that he was absolutely amazed at the ability of the working people here in this area to pick up the necessary skills to operate the complicated equipment in that plant. This is something that needs to be said. The employers, the manufacturers need to be told that we don't want people in Mississippi that come here to exploit our people. They need to be told that we have the natural resources. We have the climate conducive of a year-round operation. Very few states in the nation are blessed with the natural resources that Mississippi have. I'm talking about water and timber and minerals and things of this kind. This is what needs to be sold to the industrialists of the nation, is the fact that Mississippi has the people, they have the resources conducive to a successful operation. The labor movement will cooperate with any group that can come forward with a program to bring proper industry to Mississippi. There's one thing that has to be done to get it here. We've got to have a skilled labor force. We've got to have a skilled labor force. And there's no one better acquainted and better equipped to advise anybody in the state of Mississippi as what it takes to skill and train a labor force than the labor movement. We have introduced in the legislature a bill that would set up or revise the vocational training program in the state of Mississippi. I haven't read the bill, I only glanced over the title, but as I view it, practically every segment of the society in the state of Mississippi will be represented on the commission that would direct this operation, but the labor movement. No provision made for the labor movement on this committee that would set up the commission. I'd like to inquire of the people that sponsor this type of legislation, how in the name of the good man up above can we have a labor force and labor cooperation without having labor represented on the various commissions of this state? As I told you before, much could be said here this morning. Much needs to be said. We had another situation that I will deal with you later in regards to the removal of labor's position on the Workmen's Compensation Commission. We have that gentleman on the program to discuss with you something involved in the Workmen's Compensation Act that a lot of our people don't even know about. It's a very important segment or section of the Act dealing with rehabilitation of the injured worker. I'll simply say this, that the manufacturers, in this respect, have named labor's representative to the Workmen's Compensation, and let it stand at that. It's a real pleasure to have our people back together in Jackson again. We have many problems that will come before this convention. I'm convinced that this convention will settle and solve all those problems to the best interest of not only the membership of this federation, but of the people of Mississippi. We have an awful lot of work to do in the state of Mississippi. Someone has to offer the necessary leadership, has to get out and do the work to change the situation up in our state. I haven't found anyone yet that I felt was in a better position to do that job than the labor movement of Mississippi. We made a start on this a year ago, a move in the direction to change the pungent situation up in the state of Mississippi and take the control of our state government out of the hands of the vested interests. I'm convinced the delegates at this convention are still in accord that this job must be done. For those remarks, I've enjoyed your attention, your kind attention. We look forward to working with you, accomplishing the business before us at this convention. Thank you so much. At this particular time, we would like to name the committees that will serve the convention. Audit Committee, the first name called will be the chairman of the committee. Audit Committee, Howard Jones. L.H. Thorpe, Charles Arnold. I'd like for that committee to be in a position to report this afternoon. They have their report ready, so we get the rules adopted. We'd like for that committee to report. Constitution and Bylaws, Ray Smithhart, James Jackson, Wayman Goodman, E.E. Gray, E.V. Edwards, W.H. Wood, Russell Mike Mahon, E.J. Brown, L.W. Laird, and Catherine Jeffcoat. Committee on Political Education, B.H. Bowers, Doris Kelly, L. Galat, Doris Miller, Juanita Knuckles, Billy Ruth James, David R. Oakes, Kate Jones, and Thomas Williams. Credentials and Restoration, Jack Gager, T.G. Beckham, George Muncie, George Davis, R.J. Giddy, Bessie Tuttle, Evelyn Voss, Joanne Pugh, Jewel Compton, Margaret Hicks, excuse me, Merle Davis, and Betty Sue Riley. I understand Betty Sue did not make it. We'll probably have to name somebody in her place. Legislative Committee, James E. Clark, M.G. Miley, Bertha Harrington, Leslie Claypool, K.C. Vick, Beatrice Walters, James Roberts, M.E. Ferguson, and Firan Pearson. Winston Chandler. That's legislative. Officers' report, Lonnie Daniel, Arthur Condia, H.H. Robbins, Joanne Hughes, and Elvis Ramsey. No relation, I don't believe. Donald Woodall, organizing. Donald Woodall, William Welborn, Hubert Mills, Andrew Brown, B.R. Upton, W.L. Hines, John Erickson, H.R. Davidson, and Robert E. Thompson, and Robert Touchstone. Nolly Bird. That's on organizing. Public Relations and Education. K.M. Holloway, Jack Schaefer, D.C. Williamson, Charles E. Thomas, Edna Parker, Thelma Worthy, James C. Harris, Isaac Smith, and A.L. Kirkpatrick. Resolutions. E.L. Barnes, V.C. Smith, Ray Smith, Vance Hatton, William J. Provance, Cammie Gibson, Harold L. Dobbs, James Cash, and Irmer Mike Fayol. Moss, W.H. Moss, W.H. Moss. Rules Committee, Marvin Taylor, Alfred Day, Lois White, T.J. Smith, W.J. Lay, Clovis Rogers, and Moselle Dunn. I'd like to request that the Rules Committee please try to get together and where we can get the rules out early this afternoon. Fine. Social Security, Frida Guyton.
Vashti Warren, T.L. Nikes, E.L. Westmoreland, W.G.B. Smith, S.D. Walker, C.V. French, James Duncan, and S.N. Streety. Union Labor and Service Committee. W.A. Stevens, H.C. Young, Elias Hardin, Wanda Collins, Louise Whitlock, R.L. Allen, Myrtle Jackson, and Joyce Dito. Sergeant at Arms, Ray Bryant, R.W. Brummett, and L.W. Sims. I deem it advisable also at this convention to name a parliamentarian. I discovered that we had a good parliamentarian at the convention last summer, so I'd like to name Brother L.I. Cook as the official parliamentarian of the convention. Where's he at? Did he show up? Is he here? Yeah. Also at this time, I would like to now refer the resolutions. I might mention this, that you will not have copies of all the resolutions yet. They're ostensibly being cut for some of them that I'll call out the numbers. They'll be distributed before the day is over. You do have most of them. You don't have quite all of them. The Constitution and Bylaws Committee, resolutions 1 through 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 goes to the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Resolutions 6, 8, and 13 to the Resolutions Committee. 6, 8, and 13 to the Resolutions Committee. 7, 14, 18, and 19 to the Legislative Committee. 9, 16, and 17 to the Organizing Committee. Number 10 to the Social Security Committee. 11 and 20 to Public Relations and Education. Number 12 to the Committee on Political Education. Number 15, Union Labor and Service Committee. Now, if we have anyone present, any delegate present at the convention that was not named to a committee that would like to serve on a committee, we would be happy to assign you to the committee of your choice. Unfortunately, we didn't have to have as many delegates' credentials in as we needed to set up the committees with. And some of the groups do not have representation on the committees because we didn't have resolutions. And I know that there was at least one group here. I'd like to put at least one member of the IATSE on the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. Do we have a volunteer from that group? How about Paul Lesser? Is he here? Paul Lesser here? Huh? Is Paul Lesser here? Wanted to get one member of that group on the committee. We don't have a volunteer back there, do we? I'd like to get a member of the movement projector operators on the Constitution and Bylaws Committee. I'm going to name Paul Lesser, and if he won't serve, we'll find somebody else that will. Somebody advise him that he's on that committee. Do we have anyone else now would like to serve on a committee? All of you get the numbers of the resolutions properly referred now. Is Dan Caldwell in the house? Dan Caldwell. We have a delegate with that name? Been requested to get in touch with one of the bellboys, number 10. The Jackson CWA group is sponsoring a dance in the hotel tonight, and they're selling tickets at $1 to pay the orchestra with. Those of you that haven't bought those tickets and would like to attend the dance can find the tickets outside around the registration desk. I've been advised to notify you that if you want to also have a dance tomorrow night, that it can be financed for $1 again, as this one is. So if you're interested in that, let yourself be known with the ticket girls outside. I've been requested by the chairman of the Officers' Report Committee to announce that that committee will meet in the foyer immediately in the rear of the convention hall at 8:30 in the morning. At this time, we have scheduled on our program a young man that it's been my pleasure and privilege to have worked with for the past 2 years. He is one of the finest men that it's been my privilege to have met in my years in the labor movement. He is really dedicated to the cause which we represent. He's one of your full-time officers of the State Council. He works in a dual capacity, as most of us do, that's trying to get the job done in the state of Mississippi. If we're going to get the job done, it's necessary that all of us do the work of 2 or 3 people. And I can assure you that the gentleman that you'll hear from next is doing just that. It gives me a great deal of pleasure at this time to present to you your own Secretary-Treasurer and Director of Political Education in Mississippi, Thomas Knight. Brother Knight.
Mr. President, Brother Daniel, fellow officers, members of the Executive Board, delegates and guests, certainly it's good to see you here. I would like to mention first that you have there in your kits, if you haven't already found it, a brief outline of my activities since April 1960 as your Secretary-Treasurer and Corp Director. Of course, that's not everything. I didn't have enough time to go into everything that we've been involved in the last 2 years. I'm not going to promise you that I'll follow that report, because there's some things that need to be said. There's some nails that need to be hit on the head with a hammer that I intend to hit, regardless of who receives the lick the hardest. I am thoroughly convinced, as one of your elected officials, that it is incumbent upon me this morning to say a few things to you about some things that are of utmost importance to you and the people you represent and the common people, if you please, of this fair state of ours. I've done my very best to follow President Ramsey's remarks as closely as possible in order that I wouldn't mention some of the things he mentioned. I'd like to go back just a little while. Of course, as he mentioned to you, when we left Vicksburg, we found ourselves with a constitutional amendment, placed the right to work in the Constitution of this state, thereby almost eliminating any chances of ever repealing this law. This was all done with confusion and propaganda it was not done by presenting the bare facts to the citizenry of Mississippi. And I want to state my position in the outset very clearly that this mass campaign of confusion was led by His Excellency, the Governor of the state of Mississippi, Ross Barnett. And I submit to you that he violated his oath of office in doing so in such a manner. Let's go on just a little further. In 1960, in the late summer of 1960 and in the fall of that same year, we were faced with the election of one of two men to the highest office in this land. Democrat John Fitzgerald Kennedy and Republican Richard Milhouse Nixon. Now, my friends, we have some things that have happened here in our good state which I am not proud of, and I'm sure you're not proud of. We know what happened in the city of Los Angeles, California, on nationwide television with reference to the activities of our delegation headed by the chief executive of this state. Every attempt was made, every route was taken in the world to try to keep a man who had some burden on his heart and who had proven that beyond a shadow of a doubt in his service in the Congress of the United States from being nominated for president on the Democratic ticket. And of course, when these efforts failed and John F. Kennedy was nominated, they came back to Mississippi and began their movement. I was surprised in some people. Again, this movement headed by the governor of Mississippi. They began with their campaign of confusion to tell the people of Mississippi that neither national party was worthy of the consideration and a vote of confidence by the people of this state. They said that both national parties was dominated by communistic left-wing elements, minority groups, which were no good for our state, or for that, they used again that famous term they use, our southern way of life. Sometimes I'm confused as to what that is, really. I'll be honest with you. Let's see if they were consistent with this statement. Let's see if they really thought that both national parties had betrayed the confidence of the people of Mississippi and the South. Of course, we are primarily speaking of the state of Mississippi here today. My friends, we had the then Vice President of the United States of America, Richard Nixon, to come to the city of Jackson and address a crowd on Capitol Street. The governor found time to go to the airport and participate in the colorful reception of the Vice President. And of course, I condemn no man, the governor or no one else, for participating in a reception for the Vice President of the United States, regardless of whether he be Republican, Democrat, or what have you. At the same time, he didn't have time to go to the city of Meridian and meet the Lyndon B. Johnson victory train, which carried the then candidate for Vice President of the United States on the Democratic ticket. He had no time. Also, my fellow Forrest County and the present Lieutenant Governor of the state of Mississippi went fishing, I guess. He couldn't be found on either side. Nobody knows where he was, what he was doing, what he thought, or what he was thinking about doing. So, my friends, let's see just exactly what the movement here in Mississippi, known as the unpledged electors, were up to. Of course, you know the big battle cry was civil rights. The platform of the National Democratic Party and the National Republican Party was substantially the same thing. But it leaked out at a meeting of the powers that be after they came back from Los Angeles that this group of people in Mississippi were opposed to the Democratic candidates because of some of the things that the Democratic Party stood for. And what were they? Now think when I say this to you, think about the people you represent. Think about these poor people that live in these weather-beaten houses, these people that wear ragged overalls and ragged ginghams dresses, if you please. The little children out here that don't have a decent meals, victuals, that don't have shoes to wear to school, that don't have clothes fitting to wear. Listen, my friends, the objection to the Democratic Party and its standard barrier by the people of the powers that be in Mississippi was this. John F. Kennedy, from the first moment he became congressman from Massachusetts, began to try to enact legislation beneficial to people like you and I. He attempted on several occasions to raise the minimum wage. What happened? The representatives and the senators that we have elected from the state of Mississippi went into coalition with the anti-labor Republicans and the other reactionaries in the Congress and helped to defeat such legislation as that proposed by John F. Kennedy of Massachusetts. This was the real reason, my friends, that he was being so vigorously opposed, and they were using the tactics that they used to confuse the people and defeat him for the highest office in this land. What else can you say about it? He was for medical care for the aged through Social Security. There's no doubt about that. He was for extended unemployment insurance benefits. And for many other things, my friends. He was responsible for the passage of many pieces of legislation as a congressman and as a senator. And they knew that. It seems odd, doesn't it? The son of a millionaire and a millionaire several times himself, but here's a man with a record for the people, my friends, the common people. And here's the leadership. Man elected by the majority of the people of Mississippi, out here trying to confuse the people on side issues and cloud the atmosphere and cause them to go to the polls not really realizing what they were doing to themselves. On the other hand, what did we have on the Republican ticket for president? We had a man that went to Congress from the state of California and who made the statement in Congress the first 2 or 3 days he was there that he was sent there to put an end to the labor movement and its effectiveness in this country of ours. And I think you'll agree with me that he done a whale of a good job in that he helped former Congressman Fred Hartley, Republican of the state of New Jersey, write the House version of the famous, no, not famous to us certainly, but of that Taft-Hartley Act. Richard Milhouse Nixon, my friends. So don't you see, there was a close connection there between the unpledged movement in Mississippi and the Republican Party. Anything but the election of a Democratic candidate who stood for the people, who stood for something, and who had demonstrated his ability and a willingness on his part to get something done. And here we were being confused. Hundreds of thousands of dollars being spent to confuse the issue and mislead the good people of Mississippi. Not only the members of the labor movement, my friends, but all of the working people, the common people, if you please. I think this is going back a little in time, but I think this is something that's important that we think about here today. This is one of the things that's happened to us because we haven't been on the job as we should. And then finally, as you know, we worked diligently as we knew how. We used all of the know-how we had trying to coordinate our strength for votes for the Democratic ticket because we realized that that Democratic ticket was the ticket of the common people. However, they managed a small victory. Not too much to brag about. Not too much to brag about. But at least they carried the state of Mississippi to our regret. Now, my friends, to climax that tragedy, we had to stand idly by under our system of electing a president, our electoral college system. We had to stand idly by, and I think this will further point out to you what I've been trying to get over to you. What happened? We saw the electors in Mississippi cast their ballots for Harry Flood Byrd, this apple picker from the state of Virginia, who has one of the most notorious anti-labor records of anybody in the Congress of the United States. Barry Goldwater, the underwear salesman from Arizona, looks good beside of Harry Byrd. I told you we had some things to say and that it was time to say them. And God being my helper, I intend to say them and continue to say them because I represent you people. That was the climax of the tragedy. My friends, when we saw the electoral votes of Mississippi go down the drain in the name of Harry F. Byrd, who is known the country over. He has a long record of service in the Congress. That record is strictly for the big business interest in this country. Now you see what I'm talking about. You see why the big show was put on here and why the big hullabaloo about the national parties that ignored us and didn't warrant our consideration, my friends. I'll tell you, it was to make the rich richer and keep the poor poorer, which has been the slogan in the state of Mississippi too long now. It's a sad day, my friends, when we have to look and put up with things of this nature. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had numerous other things to happen here in Mississippi. Claude Ramsey pointed out many of them to you. We have had a job to try to do to let the people that walk the streets of the state of Mississippi, John Q. Public, if you please, know that we, as members of AFL-CIO unions, members of the labor movement in Mississippi, are fighting every day for a better Mississippi. We're fighting every day for the things that we feel that the common people are entitled to. But it's a terrific job. My friends, we find ourselves in this position that we haven't coordinated our strength and our efforts at every level like we should have. It's caught us off guard. We have a program. We have made some progress along these areas. There's much to be done yet. As working people and as citizens of the state of Mississippi, we have to decide whether we are going to continue with progress, whether we're going to look forward, whether we are going to attempt to reach that goal out yonder, or whether we're just going to sit idly by and let things, like I've mentioned to you, come upon us and finally do away with us. I want you to think for just a minute, my friends, about the organizing efforts that have been made in Mississippi to organize the people into trade unions. Excuse me. And to get for them a decent contract whereby the people would have a decent wage and working conditions. There's been some progress made in this effort. But my friends, listen. Organizing is almost impossible with the atmosphere that we have. We have pressure being applied from every angle in an organizing campaign, regardless of where it may be in this good state. And I feel that I ought to mention one incident that's happened here in the city of Jackson recently. There's a large industry here by the name of Storkline Corporation, formerly known as the Mississippi Products Company. There was an election held out there, and because of violations, the National Labor Relations Board recalled this election. The union gained votes in the second election over the vote they received in the first election. What happened? Another sad situation, another unfortunate situation, if you please. We find the governor of Mississippi, when he should be devoting his time to the problems and to the welfare of every single Mississippian, we find that he has time to go out and get himself involved in the organizing campaign at Storkline. Some of you may not know this that live out of town. I'm sure all of you do. My friends, he did not mention the election in his address in this plant when the machinery was turned off. PA system provided for the governor to address the employees. But what would you think if you had been there being an employee in an election conducted by the National Labor Relations Board to decide whether or not a union would represent the employees just 2 or 3 days away, and they stop everything, and the governor quits his business at the Capitol and goes out there to speak to the people? What would you think he is there for? Answer that. Unfortunate. There's a phrase that we've heard continually since January 20, 1960. Local self-government. My friends, my phrase for that is this: local selfish government. Why? Because everything that's been done has been in the interest of a selfish few. And the welfare of the people of this state has been left to go. We've heard a lot about states' rights. My God, states have got some responsibility too, as well as states' rights. And it is incumbent upon the leadership of the state of Mississippi, under those responsibilities, to provide a government decent for the citizens of this state, and not for just a few. Nobody mentions the state's responsibilities. All the cry you hear is states' rights. Got to where it's a disgrace to pick up a newspaper or anything else because of the local self-government and states' rights. And I say to you that it's upon you and I the burden today to let it be known and to call on the leadership of this state to turn around from the direction in which they're traveling, and let's see if we can't get on the right track and going in the right direction for all the people. I'm not an old man and I'm not a boy, but I have never been so disgusted with any one situation in all my life as I am this administration that we've got in Mississippi. My friends, your state labor council, for the first time in the history of the organization, has in the Mississippi Labor Council office the equipment, not everything we need, we got the bare necessities, to send mail, to send material, information, whatever it might be that our people need to see, need to read, need to know about, into the homes of the individual member, that is, all of the affiliated local unions. We are proud of that. As you know, heretofore, the only mailing list we had was the officers of the local union. We're now in a position to send mail to the homes of the individual members. With this system, the rank and file membership, their wives and their husbands, can be kept informed at all times as to the issues of the day, as to things that are of utmost importance to you and I. Things that mean either no food on the table and no clothes on our backs, or either reverse, food on the table and clothes on our backs and the other working people of Mississippi. That is the intention of your state labor council, to make the facts and the bare facts available to the people in order that they might be well informed at all times as to what's going on in this state of ours. I want to take this occasion to thank the ladies here, our girls, members, and if there be men here whose wives have participated in our card file, I want to thank you. I want you to extend to them my sincere appreciation and thanks. This job, we haven't done all we need to do, but what we have done has been the result of the full cooperation of everyone in this hall and a lot of others who have diligently tried to help us and have done a wonderful job. Without our girls, our lady folks, we would have been unable to establish the card file as far as we have gotten it established at the present time. There is work needs to be done, more in some areas than others. I am hopeful that work will be done. My friends, this card file is the source by which we can qualify our membership, their husbands and their wives and their families and friends, to become qualified voters. And I'm convinced, I've seen enough already, I'm convinced that if we work at this job, if we stay with the card file and our political action program, which is a must at this time more than ever before, that we can qualify our people and make the facts available to them, and that they will become aware more so than ever of what exists in this state and what has to be done to correct that situation. And you know what it is. It's that ballot in the ballot box on election day by the people of Mississippi, and they will turn the things from the direction in which they're traveling. And my friends, I submit to you that's the wrong direction, as I said a moment ago, and turn it around and head our state toward up the ladder, if you please, instead of maintaining our leadership at the bottom rung of the ladder on everything you can mention. I'm reminded, and I think I should do this to inject just a little humor here. I realize maybe I've bored you. I hope I haven't. There was a play presented in one of the high schools in Jackson some time ago. And in this play, the governor was portrayed. And of course, there were several others portraying other people. And anyway, I don't remember the details of the story, but here is the essence of the story, was that the gentleman representing the governor said that that Mississippi is the lowest state in the nation in per capita income, and it is the lowest state in the nation, and went right on down the line and named numerous things. Mississippi was the lowest. And he said, and thank God we got the leadership to keep it that way. My friends, in due respect to everybody, to the governor and everybody, and Almighty God, this morning, I am forced to agree with that, Joe. We got the leadership to keep it in that position. My friends, I appreciate your cooperation, every one of you. Without the cooperation of you people, we couldn't do anything. The officers alone cannot do the job. It's going to take every one of us if we do the job. And the sad thing about it is this: we don't have the organizations affiliated with the Mississippi Labor Council and with the local central bodies. Our efforts, the future of our political activities, are going to be determined by the activities in the various central labor councils, or union, either one you prefer to call it. We have 14 of them. That is where our activities are coordinated. Our Women's Activities Department is under the supervision directly of the Central Labor Council. We have got to get the local unions affiliated with the central bodies and with the Mississippi Labor Council. Now, I realize I'm talking to people here today that are affiliated, but what I'm saying to you is you have got to go to the other local unions in your area and impress upon them the importance of affiliating with that central body and with this state labor council, or else we are finished. Does anybody disagrees with that? We are finished. I'm shooting straight with you. We are finished if they don't wake up. Because too long now, we have everyone went in a different direction trying to get to the same place, and we haven't gotten there, friends. Everybody in his own little canoe going in a different direction in dangerous waters. And those dangerous waters are deeper and swifter than ever, my friends. And it's up to you to help do something about it. It's up to you to point out to these locals that the contract they've got can be done away with. My friends, it's a job now, if you don't believe it, as some of these business agents, some of these international representatives that have to sit down across the table from the company. You got one whale of a job negotiating. Ask these organizers what the situation is with the political atmosphere, what it is. Ask them what kind of pressure is applied. Ask them what they go through with. You'll find out. It's not easy, my friends. They've found a way to get to us. They've found our weakness. It's in political action. It's in qualified votes. We don't have it. And listen, we've got to get the women folks. Some of you men here, I don't know, may have had the attitude heretofore, well, I'll do the voting. My wife don't care nothing about it. She don't know nothing about politics. It's a dirty game thus and so. Listen, friends, let me point out something to you. Did you know the Chamber of Commerce and the big business interests see that every one of their women folks, whether it be mothers, grandmothers, sister, daughter, wife, what have you, is a qualified voter? That's why they've whipped the horns off of us now. Listen, we got the talent to do it with. I'll take this group right here in this room and I'll take them on. But listen, it don't go far enough. We got to talk to the others. We have got the talent. We got good talent. We can do it. And I say the lady folks are important. And you men that are here, if your wives haven't participated, we recognize the fact they got homes, they got families. But listen, this schedule is set up to the convenience of the girls. They do it. I don't tell them when to work. I wish you would remind your wife that in your central body area, there's a women's activities department. Some places, as I said, it's more active than others. But there's one there. How about talking to your wife about it? Get her to talk to her neighbor and tell them to contact the girls. Be happy to give you the names of the chairman, the phone numbers. Ladies and gentlemen, I say to you that if we work together, we can do the job. If we don't, we can't do the job. Again, let me say, I appreciate your attention here this morning. I appreciate from the bottom of my heart, sincerely as I know how, your cooperation the last 2 years. And I say to you that the job can be done if we all go together the same direction at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Knight, for such an inspiring address. I'm convinced that the delegates will take your advice when they return home and roll up their sleeves and get on with the job. We have with us this morning an old friend who hardly needs an introduction to most of us, most of you. He's been with us at numerous conventions. He always inspires our people in such a way that they will be in the right frame of mind to get the job done when they leave the convention. At this time, it gives me a great deal of pleasure to present to you Brother E.H. Williams, better known as Lige, Director of Region 7, AFL-CIO from New Orleans. Brother.
And other officers of the Mississippi State Labor Council, honored guests, delegates to the convention, the first biennial convention. Since the merger, sometimes we forget the number of years we've operated under the new setup. Fourth convention. I'm very happy this morning, first of all, to bring to you the greetings from our Department of Organization in Washington, Director Livingston, Assistant Director Daniels, those people in Washington that are closely associated with us in our work here in Region 7. And I can also say that I'm sure that others will come along from the national organization and bring you greetings from President Meany, Executive Council, and our many international unions who are concerned with the progress made here in the great state of Mississippi. I've sat here this morning since the opening of your convention, and I've heard your officers make their reports. Needless to say that both addresses of your chief officers was most inspiring and encouraging. Having had the opportunity to attend these conventions for many years in Mississippi, having lived across the line, and having had the experience from some 20 years of serving as president of the old Louisiana State Federation of Labor, I am, of course, familiar with the problems that are faced here in Mississippi now and in the past. And I think the best sign that points to progress in Louisiana, insofar as I'm concerned, is the enthusiasm and the bold way in which these two gentlemen have presented issues here in Mississippi to you this morning. It indicates that there's a pretty good reason for the people who are in charge of state government taking some of the vicious stands they're taking today. I think probably the worst thing that's happened here at this convention up to now is that we haven't had a local television station represented here so the people of Mississippi could hear what labor thinks about issues. I think the state administration is using the same tactics that I heard was used by a good minister one time who had problems in his church. They had a debt that it seemed the church would not be able to pay, a mortgage on the building. They had tried by every means possible to find some way to pay off this mortgage. It had gotten to the point to where it seemed impossible. So finally, the deacons decided that the minister had to make some decision or find a means of settling this debt. So he was told that he had to find a way to settle the debt that was owed by the church. So in about 10 days, he sent out a letter to all the members to attend the church on this particular Sunday, that he had the problem solved. Nobody knew exactly what the problem, how he had, the program that he'd worked out to solve the problem, and he didn't want anybody to know that. Because there was a mystery about it, most all the members did attend. So after the sermon, and when they're beginning to get ready to listen to the program that he had to submit, he called over the director of music and he said to him, now at the proper time and at the appropriate moment, I want the appropriate music. So he said, well, when is the proper time and what is the appropriate music? He said, well, my program is I've taken the amount of money that we owe and I have divided it by the membership. And I find that with $5 each from every member, we can pay off the debt. So I'm going to put that to a standing vote. And when I put the motion, the appropriate music will be the Star Spangled Banner. So I think probably the officials of Mississippi knows just about what to do to get the people to stand up whether they like it or not. But I believe that time's coming to a close, and I'm very much encouraged when I say this, because things are being said that has needed to have been said about the situation here in Mississippi for a long time. And all of you know that we have a job to do ourselves as representatives of the American Federation of Labor in the 7th District. We have 2 states. It's our job to assist in the work of organization. To me, one of the most important of all the jobs of the trade union movement is organization of the unorganized workers. I was very glad that Secretary Knight referred to a situation here in Jackson, Mississippi that occurred some few days ago with reference to an election. Pardon me. Where the governor of Mississippi was so concerned that he took part in the election, tried to see to it that those people voted against their rights to bargain collectively in an industry here in Mississippi. When they do that, it appears to me that they're becoming a little bit more concerned about it than they were at one time. So when people get scared, they do sometimes the things that they shouldn't do in order to win. It's my opinion that he did the thing he shouldn't do, and I think that even though many of those people that work in that plant might not know the real facts, they might not know what their rights are, they might not know what unions really mean to them, but I think if enough is said about it, they'll begin to think a little and begin to find out some things that they should know. That isn't the only thing that's happened in Mississippi, as you people that live here know. It's most difficult to organize the unorganized in the state of Mississippi. Every scheme that I know of has been devised here by the people who oppose organization and they use it most brazenly. I don't think you have any worse people in Mississippi than you have in a lot of other places throughout the country. As a matter of fact, they're all of the same brand. But in Mississippi, they've had their own way so long until they have been able to devise schemes and get support from the communities in the various sections of the state until the things they do are open. They're brazen. They actually get out and get the business people in a lot of these sections of the state to sign big one-page newspaper ads. Every time we have an NLRB election throughout Mississippi, advising the people of the dangers of forming an organization. They point out the dangers of strikes and all of those things designed to disturb or take advantage of the ignorance of some of the people who has had no opportunity to understand labor unions, and about the dues and all this sort of thing they use to try to openly try to influence the people to vote against their own best interest. I think it's most unfortunate that those things occur. But I think the time has come when probably these things will be corrected. And I don't think it's going to be too long. I think you have the answer here in this convention today. And I think one of the most important things that you could think of doing in the future is coordinating your efforts. The real facts are that the trouble we have that are most disturbing and most harmful comes from within and not from without. Our own people, people who are members of the trade union movement in Mississippi, as you have heard here this morning, is not fully cooperating with our state labor council. They are not fully cooperating with our local central bodies in our local communities, which is the real and only way that we have using the unity and using the strength that we have to accomplish those things that we know is needed in the state of Mississippi. Now, I think that I must spend a little bit of time on the necessity, first, of our central trades and labor councils. We've had some experience in the past and many requests from the various sections of Mississippi to send our representatives in to assist in revitalizing, reorganizing our central trades and labor councils, where we found in many cases that the central body had not even met in months. Many of them had gone suspended because of non-payment of per capita tax to the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organizations. We have found that in most cases where we went into these communities and spent some time with the people, pointing out the necessity of our local central body activity in the community, that we found in most cases people who are willing to do things, but apparently nobody was willing to lead the show. So I think we need people who are willing to step out and take a little bit of responsibility and leadership in our local communities, because it's so important to you. It's so important to the movement as a whole. You understand, of course, that our central body is the national organization on a local level. That central body represents the national organization on a local level. That was done because of the necessity of coordination at the bottom, at the grassroots, at our local communities. Our central bodies can serve a real purpose to the community in every way. When once we get together and coordinate our activities, we become important to the community. We begin to take interest in affairs of the community that we never thought of before, because of the numbers and because of our importance in the community. certainly we can render a real service to our community as well as to the trade union movement. So I can't stress too much the importance of an active central body in our areas throughout Mississippi. Then, too, we hear that many of our local unions in Mississippi is not affiliated with our state labor council. Well, of course, I feel that you people that are here today are. I know you must be, or you wouldn't be delegates here. I'm just hoping some people visiting who are not affiliated. But it's going to be through your help, it's going to be through you, that your officers are going to get that affiliation that's so vital to the progress of this state organization. Here again we find the national organization in action on a state level. That is part of the machinery of the great labor organization that we are proud to be a part of. And I think the sad thing about all of it is, and I've said it so many, many times, is that it isn't compulsory affiliation. And I think sometime, and maybe not too far away, we're going to find more interest on the part of our international unions and on the part of our officers of the AFL-CIO itself to find some way of seeing to it that all of those people that are a part of the American Federation of Labor and the Congress of Industrial Organization pays and does their proper share of the work if they're going to benefit by its products.